All right, welcome. If you're joining us here for Ill Fated, coming into their session 12, I believe. Uh, as we are going to get right in, we paused some combat the last session, and so we are going to get right back into that combat. For recap, anyways, the Ill Fated have been on this trek, journeying to the Dragon's Lair, and they have decided to go down through the large hole, descending down. A couple of the actual giants themselves aided them in smashing the cavern entrance so none of the creatures could come through. And then obviously Wolfsing Volsong entered into the space. Notice from some of your perceptions here that purely because of the twilight dark vision here extending out, that there actually is a ice kind of tunnel at the back end of this layer, suggesting that the creatures have an auxiliary route entering in. So Wolfsing Volsong has actually collapsed that. So has marched back there, spent obviously the combat here thus far doing that, and it's just kind of crushed in. And then it has been proceeding forward just to noise, because Wolfsing Volsong has dark vision, but it's not that large, and so it can see the outlining of the shadow work, but can't actually see the dragon, just hears the noise. So Wolfsing Volsong is charging forward. Now, through the combat, obviously we're only in the second round here. We had massive damage from a breath. We've had legendary actions. This is a large, over 70-foot dragon. The wingspan is massive. It's a humongous creature. This thing is just enormous. And then it has showcased its ability to burrow. Has not taken flight, does have wings, it can take flight, and so it seems to be more of a ground, even though the layer is massive and it could. It's actually showcased more that it's burrowed than it's been flying throughout the actual encounter, beginning, pre, and then now. So we're going to come to the part of the recap that's important, and it's that your bearer of the white stone, Tegan, you have actually been trying to focus and concentrate, get the stone to do something, which is something similar to what happened at the actual field house. And so you're attempting to kind of channel that. Now, there is a difference with it. It's not just like a frightened effect. It seems that maybe there's resistances the dragon's built up, or perhaps something has been built up in preparation after that event. So again, we're talking about learning and things are happening in real time. So what is happening exactly, Tika? What is going on? So something is coming from the stone. There is a voice, and the same voice you've perhaps heard before, right? Kind of coming through. And it is attempting to protect you as you are using the stone's power, which is strong enough to cripple and attack your own mind. So, if not for the protection of whatever this voice is that's coming through, that could potentially, or that could, and from what you have felt, would be enough to kill you outright. But because it's protecting you, it's only assailing your mind and doing the psychic damage upon losing and not succeeding in essentially whatever power it is to channel through the stone. Okay? So when you channeled the magic out, the stone itself glowing, right? You're concentrating, you're stressed, you're attempting to get it to work, and you have simply stated a command. And upon doing that, the dragon has actually done that command. So whatever you have done, whatever magic, whatever power this is, it seems that there is a command that you have given it, and it has done it. And it has moved into a less threatening state, eyes slightly sunken down, and it's lowered its posture into a prone position. Cannot take, so it's not on its all fours, it's actually lowered itself down to a feline kind of cat, right? It's kind of its back legs and folded its wings up. That is its current position. That is exactly what it's doing. And you're having to still hold the stones. You're still focusing and concentrating on this effect as you're kind of interlocked, and you're having a very similar essence of when you connected and you spoke telepathically, perhaps to the dragon, right? At that one area. And so you're having that same kind of effect. You're not hearing thoughts, you're not taking thoughts, you're talking with it, but it's the same type of magic here where you're almost commanding it to do what it is you told it to do, which is where we're at. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Nice. Okay. Just want to make sure we got that because it was a week and sometimes that gets lost in translation. All right. Somebody get some music going. All right. Lucar, So we're in round 2. We're going to start with you, obviously, because you crashed out. So you're here. You've moved up to the dragon. Your first round, you went through a series of attacks upon it, if I recall correctly. And you do have it Hunter's marked. It is prone. What are you doing?
Okay. I am going to use my Vow of Enmity.
Okay. So as a bonus action, you can utter the Vow of Enmity as you begin to channel through. You see a creature you see within 10 feet of you, which I imagine is against a creature you can see, which I imagine is the dragon. You gain advantage on attack rolls against the creature for 1 minute, or until it drops to 0 hit points or falls unconscious. So for your attacks, you need to hold down Alt to gain that advantage as you come and swing through.
Got it. Okay, and now if I were to move behind it here, would Maldor and I get like flanking bonuses?
So flanking bonuses are a thing. They're a little bit different because the creature is massive and large. So particularly in order to flank this creature, you either have to have someone directly in front of it, and then you have to have multiple on its backside, or you have to have multiple on the sides of it in order to attempt to achieve flanking.
Cool. So then I'm gonna stick here and swing with the Bane of Barathun.
Okay. So, obviously it's prone, so you get advantage anyways. So 27 comes through as you swing the Bane of Barathun, whistling the blaze. It cuts down onto the wing that's kind of folded down. 18 and 3, a total of 21 points of damage as you come through, slicing the tethers of the wing. You see the blood spilling from the dragon. It's now filling into the blade. So every blood that's dripping and soaks the blade kind of sucks in as you feel this invigoration of rush as you cut through. You now notice that the dragon has completely snapped. The eyes have moved away from you, Tegan, kind of lets out a small roar up into the air, but it's still prone. And essentially whatever effect that you've put onto it is now ended.
I want that. Okay. I'm gonna swing again.
Okay, swing it again. 20 is going to hit.
And I'm gonna put a smite on it.
Okay. Coming in for a Divine Smite. I'm going to go ahead and get my calculator out. I believe it's a total of 38 total points of damage as you come through, swinging with your second strike as your blade lights, with your smite coming through, slicing into the tethers of that wing further.
And then I'm going to move just a little bit behind and like take cover behind this formation. And end my turn.
Ending turn. So, as we end your turn, you see in a desperate attempt, the dragon is in a prone condition. Comes around, swinging its tail aimed towards you. This is going to be a disadvantage for being in a prone state. This comes through, swinging the tail, kind of slashes through that destructible object. As it comes through, 16 is going to be a miss. As you take cover behind, it kind of smashes into that ice crystal there, the icicle, and then brings itself back through. And now it's kind of turned a little bit, right, and kind of encroached upon itself, unable to still stand up. All right, Varys, your turn.
All right, so as I'm running to the cover over here, I'm going to launch another fireball at it.
Okay. All right. So 39 total points of damage. It is going to tap in and use one of its legendary resistances to save instead of failing. As it does that, yeah, you're going to see a little cool little barrier around it. Oh, I love it. It's going to half that damage instead. Takes 19 total fire points as it explodes in the backdrop of its kind of overhead. I'm assuming you're kind of lobbing it outwards, the sea, and then it explodes outwards towards the top of its kind of dorsal side of its body.
Yeah, basically putting it on the center of its back, and then it'll blow up.
And
then I'll crawl back here and kind of get on one knee and hide behind the ice there, and then
okay.
I'll end my turn.
All right, so ending your turn, you will be leaving the shroud. So you're going into the total cover as you've exited outside of the shroud that Zeph is putting out, and you take total cover behind. Ending turn, We now come to Wolf Sing Volsong. Wolf Sing Volsong is going to continue its dash because it cannot see, and now sees the actual dragon up ahead. Taking the dash, it takes its axe out and gets ready to swing on its next turn. Thanos, we now come to you.
I'm just going to line up some shots, and we're just going to do this.
Dragon is in a prone condition, which means it's disadvantage for you, but you're technically invisible to the reach.
Just straight
So
rolls.
it's a straight roll. 28. You tell me how that works. You tell me how that works. 28 hits. 8 points of piercing damage dealt.
Alright, second attack.
Second attack is a 22. That will hit as well. 11 points of piercing damage dealt.
And a bonus action to attack it with the crossbow expert.
13 is not going to hit as it skims the top end of its scales.
To move actually over to this crystal and end my turn here.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Etherin's turn. Etherin is going to use half of the movement speed to stand up. Upon picking itself upright, begins to let a roar as the jowls itself begin to fill once more with breath. It then is going to raise its hand upright and come in for a downward strike. As it does, it seems to aim towards Tegan with this icicle as it sheds down from the ceiling. Tegan, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. With an 11,
Can I chrono shift that, or am I too far away?
I'm trying to, your reach here is 45. I think Chronal's 30, right? Or is it
Yeah,
60?
so I think I'm too far away.
Yeah, I think you're too far for Chronal. So 11 is going to be a failure with the dex save. Tegan, you take 17 total points of bludgeoning damage as it crashes down around, smashing into the ice about you. You see as the ice begins to heal the magical kind of ice floor as it does kind of heals in the icicle itself. The debris is kind of scattered about as it's smashed. It then has the jowls kind of outstretched, raised. It's looking for potential targets here as it does. It begins to yell out its breath in the direction of what it can kind of see in terms of the maximum amount of targets. Okay. So, Tegan will come to you first. Obviously, you're immune to cold damage. You can see your icicles beginning to form, bracing you against the blow as you slide against the ice, and then the claws of your actual feet and cleats kind of form. They kind of grab into the ice as you pull backwards against the actual blast of this cold breath as it begins to emit. We're now going to come to Maldor. Obviously, you're at the center stage. You're right there. It's lowered its head, then breathe outwards. 21 with a con save is going to be a success. In addition, you are resistant to the actual cold damage. So we half, and then we half again. So it's going to be a total of 13 total points of damage. It's the only thing that is dealt to you. As it breathes outwards.
I don't like the sound of this.
The shroud begins to fill as it comes around. Again, the gift of Thrym invoking and benefiting you from that. Zeph, with a nat 1, that is a total failure as you take the brunt of this cold damage, kind of bracing and turning around to help your friends. Zeph, you take a total of 55 total points of cold damage, and you are unconscious. With that, your aura of vitality ends. In addition, your actual sanctuary is going to end as well. So both of those effects drop as you fall unconscious. Now, as you fall unconscious, you will not be incurring death saving throws, as your body seems to be put into a form of stabilization from a gift of Thrym, as you feel that some of your body is kind of held in some stasis of this ethereal blue dazzling lights. And you all can see this as the Zeph, after the cold breath unleashes, you can see as Zeph is proned out upon the ground, laying out upon the ice, and there's just this small cone that kind of comes down that's just these dazzling blue twinkling lights, suggesting that a gift of Thrym is there, but Zeph is just not standing up. They're not moving at this point. After the cold breath has unleashed, you see as Ithrin kind of sidesteps and turns the head and looks in the direction of Volsing Volsong, who's going to come in potentially another turn for a series of attacks. That's the end of Ithrin's turn. So Zeph, we now come to you. So no death saving throws are needed. You're just in an unconscious state. You are stabilized, is what this condition is. So you essentially have gone through a medicine check or someone to stabilize you. That's what has happened. So this is a second gift of Thrym, in addition to you getting boosted for healing. As you're laying there unconscious and whatnot, you're unmoving, and we have to move through your turn. So, Maldor, it's your turn.
So Maldor, having just eaten another frost breath to the face, looks back, sees what's happened, just growls, just ah, and he is going to move 20 feet this way.
Okay, you will take attack of opportunity.
Yes, I will.
All right. Being in the forefront, it is going to take its mouth out towards you and crash the mouth. 27 is a hit as it smashes down into you. Deals a total of 16 points of damage. 19 to the addition of some cold that you are able to resist. It was going to be more, but you can see as the mouth comes down, smashes into the ice and clips you, and you kind of get hit by it as the mouth pulls upwards, and there's these different bits of ice that begin to heal. You're still alive. You come through bludgeoned and lacerated at the back.
Oh, we need your help, friend. He will cast Healing Hands on Zeph.
Okay. All right, total of 3d4. I believe that's accurate. I don't know if you get any more healing from that. You change your race all the time.
Yeah, it used to be proficiency, but now it's a D4 per proficiency, so I think that's right.
Is it 3D? Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
All right, 9 points of healing done. So Zeph is you now. You're in a prone condition here, so you're still laying down, but you are healed and your eyes awake.
No,
Sorry, you hit that dragon.
Hold on, friend. We're almost there. The remainder of my movement, bonus action, summon the Echo. And action surge. The Echo is going to attack the dragon.
Okay. Natural 1 for the first strike from the Echo's position. So as the Echo comes outwards, you can see it's kind of moving and sliding, the gust of wind from the head pulling back the debris. Just a bad miss as the blade kind of swings through and has a very visceral and corporeal type strike, aimed and misses completely.
We'll unleash Incarnation and go one more time.
.16 is not going to connect. Coming across with the second strike here, now are able to connect towards the neck and the head as it kind of lowered itself down towards the Echo, but it only chips away on some of the scales and doesn't actually get into the flesh underneath.
I will end his turn.
Ending turn. So as you end a turn before we come to Tegan, you can see that a tail strike is swung in the direction of Volsing Volsong, who comes wrapping around to smash the Frost Shanker. 19 is going to hit, deals 11 points of bludgeoning damage. You see Volsing Volsong kind of takes the blow and pushes the tail back, suggesting how strong Volsing Volsong is in addition to what the dragon is capable of. Tegan, you're up.
Knowing what he knows with the stone, feeling that he had a pretty good shot at it before, and seeing how it's just commanding him, he's going to try to take matters into his own hands. And, bonus action, unsettling words on
Okay.
our friend Ithrin, and then I'm going to throw out a Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
3rd level.
Okay.
Not the best damage.
D8, right?
Yep.
All right, so I rolled a 3 with the D8. The save was 22. That takes it to 19. That's going to be a successful save against the Dissonant Whispers. As you send it outwards, the verbal kind of component here, speaking the words have power and failed save. It would have taken the 3 to 6 damage and then had to kind of fly away. Now, on a successful one, it's going to take half as much damage, but doesn't move away.
That is tough. I am going to take a little bit of a step back here. And then I'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Before we come to Lugar, you see as this dragon, Ithrin, is going to come in for another tail strike. This one is aimed at you, Lugar, before you actually start your turn. So it's going to come smashing through once more. 26 is going to connect into you and deals a total of 15 total points of bludgeoning damage, crashing and smashing into your legs and slicing through. You're able to kind of maintain your balance, get bludgeoned by most of the ice debris. 18 is going to be successful, maintaining your hunter's mark. Go for it.
Okay, so I am going to heal myself. I have to do that manually.
You can do it if you're doing lay on hands.
Yeah.
Just tell me how many points you're putting on.
I'll use 20.
Okay. So an action there, you touch yourself. as an action No, as an action there, you probably grab your hands together and kind of close your fists, right, with the sword in hand, and you kind of hold as radiant light begins to trace around your body, and these tendrils of almost like vein work across your body and begin to heal some of the lacerations on your crystal-like flesh. As that happens, you expend the divine power, taking your action there to do so.
Okay, and I'm going to move, take cover behind this thing over here.
Okay, you will take an attack of opportunity, but Maldor was already taken to that attack of opportunity, so there is no reaction that Ithrin can take at this point. So just knowing, giving you an update of what the reach is like of the actual track.
Roger. And then in my turn.
All right, ending turn. Before we come to you, Varys, another legendary action's taken by the dragons that comes through, swinging its tail back and forth. Right, one to Lugar, right, Wolfsong. We're coming back to Wolfsong here. 29 is going to hit the Frost Giant, another 15 total points of bludgeoning damage, which takes stride towards the shoulder, lowering its head, skimming across. Varys, what are we doing?
Okay, so I'm gonna take my movement to get a good line of sight on him right here. Seeing where the icicle from the ceiling fell on me, I'm gonna use that to catapult at him at 2nd level.
Okay. Catapult is going to be a total of 17 points of bludgeoning. Looks like the DC is 15 dex saving throw. Succeeded with a 17. The icicle begins throwing through. You can see that holds out the wing and kind of throws it off balance with the wing and kind of skims it upright. Takes no damage as the lionfish sends in the direction of the south cavern floor, or a cavern wall, I should say.
And then I will get back into cover and end my turn.
Ending turn, we now come to Wolfsing Volsong, who is in range, ready to go. Goes in for a series of 3 strikes. First strike, raising the axe outright, 26 hits. Deals a total of 21 points of slashing damage, just cuts into the wing, goes in for the second strike. Swing wildly upwards, kind of misses as the wing pulls back, then is going to take a step forward and aim towards the head of the dragon. Coming back through, the dragon kind of turns retaliation, 25 hits, and connects with the axe at the back dorsal side of the neck. 32 total points of slashing damage as the dragon takes the blow and lands down, where it's into the ice. now showing the strength of frost giants, potentially Volsung Volsung themselves, the slayer of many dragons. It then yells outwards, "Ah!" And kind of this blood-curdling scream as the veins begin to kind of glow with this blue etherealness towards the eyes continue with the dark vision. Thanos, it's your turn. Round 4.
I'm going to shoot. Let's-
Michael, I just noticed I should have mage armor, but for some reason it took it away, like between sessions, because I casted it at the beginning of the day.
Okay. Yeah, you haven't been hit by anything that would require mage armor to be on, so I put it on you.
Okay. I'm just, I just wanted to make sure I had it.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. It's been a week, so. All right, 30 is going to hit. Still invisible to the creature. This creature is a perceiver, right, with dark vision, so it cannot see you in this area. So 11 points of piercing damage. You shift positions, takes the crossbow bolt, 11 points of piercing, kind of looks into your direction, is now kind of staring in where you might be shooting the bolt from.
Alright, that's a little worrisome. So I'm gonna go ahead and move another 15 feet, just because why not? And then shoot the second one.
22 hits. 11 points of piercing damage as it lands. Continues to monitor and watch you.
And then I'll bonus action for the third shot.
19 hits. 9 points of piercing damage.
15 more feet towards this pillar, and end my turn.
Alright, as you move towards the pillar, ending your turn, you can see that Ithrin takes a layer action, which is slightly different than you have seen before. It's actually going to take it, instead of pointing, is going to take the actual talon paw, kind of strike into the ice in the direction of you, Thanos, as the area about you begins to be actually kicked up, and ice shards splinter up as if it's growing the actual ice shards at a large area template. Based on where you were before in the area, you can see that none of them are going to hit you as it spans in a radius of 10 feet, and you've actually gone 15 or so away from the actual radius. So you're actually outside of the epicenter where the effect has happened. You can see it splintering upright and shimmering. See kind of looking in the direction, and snaps the eyes and kind of turns. The Jowls himself's not glowing. It's then going to go in for a series of strikes. First goes for a bite towards Volsung Volsung. It's actually going to miss with a 14 as Volsung takes the actual axe and braces the jaws of the dragon. It kind of holds it to and shoves off the head. And then it's going to go in for a claw strike. It's going to be a nat 1. So Volsung Volsung ducks underneath, just a bad miss as it swings wildly. And then, this is the first time the dragon itself has moved. It's now going to shimmer itself. As it does, it kind of slides into position as it kind of moves and crawls on all fours. And then it's going to take a claw strike, noticing that Zeph is prone down onto the ground. Going to go in for the last strike with the claw.
Can't play dead.
26 hits. 16 points of slashing damage as once more
Sentinel
prone.
reaction attack.
Okay. You are not in range of it, but the actual Echo is, so the Echo can take the set.
Oh, that's right. I was looking at the active circle, not the actual box. It's so
Yeah.
big.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're still in range with the Echo, which I was just stating which position it's coming the attack from. So 18 is going to hit with Sentinel, taking the opportunity attack here, so using your reaction. 24 total points of damage. The Echo kind of underneath strikes into the dragon with its leg as it's coming across and gets into the underside of its talon. It kind of picks itself up, or slashing down, the blood spilling from it upon the ice floor, covering it in this reddish, bluish blood. Now, so Zeph, you're proned out. So all as it does is it kind of takes its claw and strikes in. So you can see that Zeph almost is smashed and lacerated from it, and Zeph just is not moving anymore. The eyes are closed. Unfortunately, the stabilization, the Gift of Thrym, does not return, so this is a one-off. You will be incurring death saving throws at the start of your turn. As now the dragon itself is bleeding profusely, multiple different lacerations, it's breathing hard, and difficulty is happening. It also has put itself into a very unstrategic position in an attempt to get Zeph knocked out once more. Zeph, I'm going to come to you. Death saving throw, please.
Nice.
15,
Cool.
you are one step closer to life. As we end your turn, and before we come to Maldor, another legendary action is going to be taken. A tail strike aimed towards Lucar, who's now kind of getting some cover here based on the actual spike, but the tail is going straight through. It does not care. So it comes in, swings through. As it does, it strikes in, lessens the blow, and you take that advantage and hide, duck underneath. You can see that the tail comes all the way centimeters above where you're at, comes striking through, and then whips back. All right, Maldor, it's your turn.
Oh, I want you die. As a point of order, I forgot from last session, he was necrotic shifted, so when Zeph woke up to his healing, it was literally like the monstrous echo staring down at him. So I'm sure that was fun.
If you want to retcon the necrotic damage from the last turn.
Oh, that's true. There would have been an extra one. Yeah, I think it's just level.
Yeah.
Yeah, so another 7.
Yeah, another
6.
7 there. 6?
Too many sessions.
Yeah, you're 7. Yeah, 6. You're 6 of this.
Yeah.
So 6 points. So again, it's your turn. So it's one of the strikes that you make that you can assign that 6 points of damage.
Okay, so with the arrangement we have here now, are we approaching flanking bonuses between Wolfsing, Lucar, and myself?
No. So the way that it has to be is that Volsing Volsong either has to take the back end because you're at the front, and so you have to flank from the rear, but there has to be multiple to the rear, an attempt to kind of bait it to turn around so each of you get flanking.
I see.
So right now, if you shifted towards Lucar's side, and then Volsing Volsong, which occupies multiple spaces, you all 3 would be flanking. Because you'd be on the sides of the dragon. Even if it turned, you'd still be flanking. That makes sense.
Yeah, so I will do that. So he will move around, try and take some attention away from Zeph. There we go. Froze for a second.
Yeah, the Aura Protection kicked in.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, and the Echo is going to move a little bit to get a little closer. Keep it in sync. Lost my token. There we go. Yeah, and he's going to take his attacks.
Okay. Okay, first strike coming out. It won't be flanking yet. Wolfsing Volsong is Wolfsing Volsong is not there because the dragon had moved, so it has yet to move into flanking position. Wolfsing. So 13 is going to be a miss. So you come striking across. It lifts up its wings and is still kind of marching, right? So it's rotating its body in its position. So it's now kind of turned with both. Right, Wolfsing is still not kind of come into that space, so it's kind of fully turned because Wolfsing's not there yet. So now it's kind of fronting you.
Try again.
Coming for the second strike, pulls its head back as you come in for a wild strike upwards.
I'm gonna chrono shift that. I'm within 30 feet.
Okay.
Cool. Pull it again.
Alright, so you're being chrono shifted to strike now. I'm going to take the damage of 23. So that was your last strike. We're just going to get the reroll there. So 23 total points of damage dealt.
And then I will stack the necrotic on that.
Alright, so we're going to go up to 29.
And then Unleash Incarnation. One more.
Nice! 22 hits. Awesome. Get a reroll in. Not bad. 23 total points of damage. Again, striking across. The Echo coming in for the strike of the back, kind of haunches, comes upwards, and it cuts into what you imagine Achilles' section would be, and kind of pulls the back. The head now kind of raised up as you wildly struck, and then lowers it down. Then you kind of come back with the blade as there's a kind of almost a warp as the blade itself comes back in time. And it's turned in position. It comes in for the strike at the upper right jaw.
And that will end his turn.
All right, Tegan, it's your turn.
Seeing how it's obviously the dragon's not looking too good right now. I am just gonna try to do as much damage as I can.
Okay.
I'm going to bonus action Unsettling Words, and I'm going to try to cast Shattered.
Okay, so
At
throwing
third
out the
level.
shatter at 3rd level, okay.
Right at the base of where the wings are.
Okay. All right, so as the shatter goes off, you can see it kind of splinters. As it does that, it's going to take a legendary, the actual legendary here to resist, so it succeeds instead. After rolling the d8 was going to be a failure, so it's going to half the 26 to 13 total points of damage as the thunderous shatter begins to erupt. The cracking of ice is splintering, takes the blow and braces itself as the ice begins to heal underneath.
Okay. I'm gonna say he's close. Let's finish this, boys. And I'm gonna come over next to Varus, and then I'm gonna end my turn.
Okay. Let's go over to Varus. You're taking the cover there as you kind of get in position, especially from the relative position here. So, as we end your turn, and before we come to Lugar, something odd happens. I'm going to have it paused. So the dragon kind of looks in the direction wherever Zeph's body is. He begins to kind of look.
Master, I am mortal. I have failed you. They are strong. I need your power.
He begins to roar outwards. You can see that a portal begins to open. For this effect, I'm also going to increase the lighting of the space. Begins to glow brighter in white light from the fraction above. A man wearing a bright red and gold interlaced robe. The pattern of twin dancing dragons appears through this magical, tearing a fabric in space-time. This greenish flowing energy juices comes about into the space just to the west. Figure is thin, slender, the lighter complexion. White hair, slicked back with these golden and yellow draconic eyes. As this occurs, so does another portal. As the figure raises a hand outwards in direction of Tegan Varus. This portal is slightly different. Very similar to pin drop opening upwards into a circle of spherical bluish energy, and then somebody walking out of it. This is an old man, a human. Short and thin, the large, great gray beard that extends down to the chest. Wearing a very plain bluish black robe. Holds a quarterstaff of this light brown bark. More like a walking stick than an actual staff. They look at each other. You, the bright red and gold robed man's voice booms across the lair as he looks at the old man.
Master, I.
Ithrin pathetically whimpers out. Finish them, or I will. Do not fail me. Snaps the eyes. The voice booms again.
What have you become?
Interrupts the frail old man.
Why are you doing this? You have read the prophecy. It is your...
The old man is cut off. You speak of prophecy in my presence. You dare question me. They killed my mother over prophecy. They decimated the land for it. I do this to defy it. You see, as there are two beams emanating from either of the hands. Around the beams is this purplish and pink cackling lightning. One of the beams is aimed towards Tegan Varus. Old man, surprising quickness, lifts the hands into the air chanting an invocation in old ancient language. A thin, shielded bubble extends around. You see that this beam hits into the sphere and begins to dissipate as if it's being dispelled. The other beam strikes into Wolfsing Volsong directly into the back as you see Wolfsing Volsong being disintegrated and pulled apart as the very fabric of their beings disappears. The slight yell and the roar from the previous pass continues as Wolfsing Volsong disappears from existence. There's no ash. There's nothing left. Wolfsing Volsong at all. No axe. His hand collapses and turns. The beam focuses 2 hands now, direction of the old man. Now is your time to die. You see as the beam subsides, this brilliant white light fires from the man's right hand. At the same time as the beam is channeled from the other. Now turning both hands and sending 2 spells at the same time. See, as now the frail man extends the hand backwards as the bubble's still there, as both Tegan and Varys are teleported to a different space inside of the cavern. And then, still holding the bubble right before it disappears, glassed by both spells, takes the hand and sends Zeph's body in the direction as well. All 3 of you teleported. Same spherical blue energy as it moves. The shield disappears as both spells connect. You're sure that this frail man will be hit by them, and the same effect of Wolfsing Volsong will happen. With surprising quickness, you see as the old man blinks and moves, sidestepping it 15 feet, reappears. The bright red and gold-robed man stops the assaults. The old man chants another invocation, this time waving his hands in symbolic fashion before finishing quickly, kneels down and slaps the lair's stone floor. The earth begins to shake within the lair, and a giant crack, a trench, begins to form underneath the bright red gold-robed man. As it does, this individual begins to levitate above the crack. You play tricks. Raises the left hand to the ceiling of the cavern. The eyes begin to glow with an eerie aura. In addition to this pink and purple cackling lightning about the entire figure, large boulders, splinters of icicles break off, become lit. The figure begins to focus, the other hand launching these meteors, all this frail old wizard. I will show you a trick. Begin to send down an immense, frightening speed. Begin to hear this draconic language, this channeling of green and blue lightning begins to trace the frail man. Begins to arc towards each of the meteors, splintering them. As they explode outwards, they turn to dazzling small blue lights and butterflies. Blinds the space. Can't see anything. The dust, the debris begins to fill as both these figures continue their magical fight. The section of the lair. The dragon picks itself, begins to roar, and we continue with this fight. Bukar, you're up.
So, recognizing what happened to Wolfsong, Bukar gets enraged, and at this point starts to climb this this crystal formation. Is it high enough for me to leap onto the dragon's head or neck?
The dragon itself is quite large. The icicle is not going to nearly get you to that level of even attempting to jump on the dorsal side of the dragon. You might be able to grab onto the sides of the scales and attempt to climb it after jumping onto it. That'll take an athletics check.
Let me try it.
Okay. 27. Oh my word. Okay. I'm just
Like
gonna roll a
nimble.
strength. I'm just gonna roll a strength check here from the dragon that comes through. Okay, yeah. It's not able to get near that, so you're able to now come through using the icicle, holding the sword. You're able to kind of leap yourself into the air, expending some of your movement, which is half total, to actually jump upon the neck, and then you're kind of climbing up similarly the rest of the way. And so you used all of your movement speed at this point, and you had to take your action to get upon the actual athletics check to get onto this dragon. So you're now on the back of it. So you've climbed up, you're now on the back, you've had to take your action to do so. You're kind of bracing yourself, holding to as the dragon itself is shifting and moving its weight, trying to thrash you off, but you're on it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that's it. Till next time.
Varys, you're up next.
So Varys is gonna wipe the blood off his face, be like, "Holy shit!" and run out over here. And then I'm gonna firebolt it. Hold on, let me target him. Firebolt it.
16 connects into the wing and sheds offwards, does not seem to strike through to the flesh, hits into the scales and splinters off.
Ah, shit. Alright, I'm gonna Misty Step back into cover.
Okay.
And in my turn.
Ending your turn, Thanos, completely unharmed this entire fight. The light affecting that I've put outwards does not affect you. The light is still only 30-foot radius at the center, so don't worry about being invisible. I put it
Okay.
outwards because we had party members. I want to be able to see the tokens and what's happening.
Yep. I am going to step close enough so I'm not taking a long-range shot at the dragon. And then I will take my series of attacks.
18 hits. 11 points of piercing damage thunks into the side of the neck, kind of roars and begins to turn its body in the direction of you. .28 connects. 8 points of piercing damage.
Alright, I will take my bonus action to actually Gift of Orifice over here.
Okay.
And I will end my turn.
All right, so at the end of your turn, and before we get to Ethrin's turn, Ethrin is actually going to be taking a legendary to perceive. Stares about the space and trying to look at you. In so doing, is going to be able to see the movement of the ice and the shifting of weight and the noise of the perception check beats your passive stealth with a nat 20. Turns and looks into your direction completely. Bear with me with the tokens here. I'll make sure to shift you here, Lucar, because you're still in the back, still maintaining your position. And then I think I moved the actual echo, twisted the echo a little bit there.
Oh.
Upon doing that, you see the jowls of its breath begin to fill. And before that happens, it then stomps into the ice layer as these spikes and shards begin to penetrate through. Thanos needs you to make a dexterity saving throw. At 20. You incur only 6 points of damage. As you're still concentrating to pass without trace here, really primarily only for you at this point. You're able to succeed on that. The nat 20 again. Dude, nat 20! What is happening? Shall not be damaged this game.
He said, you think you can
So as the spikes come out, they're slightly lacerating. You're kind of doing like a dance almost, right? You're kind of like, kind of tiptoeing and moving about them and attempting
It's
to
so
kind of...
cool, but none of us can see it.
None of us can see it. None of us can
The
see it.
dragon's faced away from everyone, just like.
And you can see the jowls as they do. They open it up as the cold breath is unleashed just on you.
Come on, Nat 20.
Oh my! Do you even know the probability of that? That's insane! That is crazy.
Man is just throwing out double middle fingers.
I can't even believe that. That is nutty. What's the probability of that? I have to look. That's
is
a
that?
1 in 8,000 chance. You're 1 in 8,000. If you played lottery, you actually might be able to get win at this point. That's
You are
where-
never gonna. hit
That's
this
where we're
again.
at.
Nope,
Yeah.
never.
That's so
Oh my God.
crazy. I can't even believe
It's
that.
Ended.
incredible.
Wow. All right, we definitely know what Deuce was doing early on in the game here. Probably logged on and changed with some of the code here. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, hacked it all. Yeah.
Hacked it all.
He,
Okay.
he woke up and he did a blood sacrifice to his deity this morning.
So as the breath is unleashed, as it does, kind of comes outwards, you're kind of encoded in this. Landing the nat 20, you're able to half the damage to 30 total points of cold damage as it begins to spread outwards. You lose your passive trace at this point, so no one isn't impacted by that at current, as the concentration is ending, which is kind of only you at that stage anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna probably just pull it from Lucar so don't forget. But so as you take the blast, you're kind of filled with the cold. It's shedding across your body, but you're still, and so you're invisible, and then you're forming back to invisibility, and so now you're back to that invisibility as it comes through, and you can see upon hitting with a cold breath, the bolt that is currently inside of your crossbow begins to slightly glow this dazzling blue lights, suggesting that your bolt has been imbued with some sort of gift of thrim. Maybe on your next shot, we'll see. So as
If
we
we
go
get there.
through the breath, as that kind of comes through, you see as it continues to bat itself towards the actual head area, and it kind of wants to take flight, open up its wings, but it's unsure of what that will do, and so it kind of continues to move itself, and then kind of begins to claw at the ice, attempting to burrow, and it's moving its neck and it's thrashing about. We now come to Zeph at the end of its turn. Zeph, I need a death saving throw. Okay, Zeph, you're one step closer to death, so 1 success, 1 failure, ending turn. Maldor, before we get to your turn, the end of Zeph, you see the tail come whipping around, striking at you. This is quite thoracic as it's just kind of smashing back and forth wildly. Lucar on the back, 16 points of bludgeoning damage dealt to you. You're down to 8 total hit points. It smashes and crashes. Maldor, you're up.
Oh, why won't you die? He's going to shuffle back around. I think that's still. I'm not intentionally not leaving his range, but I know he's got reach of some description. So either here and one more would be okay to the west, or is that far enough to invoke attack of opportunity? What I think.
No, if you move, you can move through the space too. So you can actually go underneath the tail. You can go through the token. You can do what you're doing. So if you're just making a straight shot through it, you're still inside of its threat range. You haven't left.
Right. Yeah, I would like to move one more over. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure I wasn't leaving. Yeah.
If you move one over, you will actually be outside of attack range. You can
Right,
actually-
but I've got the echo. Yeah.
Yeah, so you've
So
gone.
that's fine.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I was just double checking before I died. Okay. And then the echo will take attacks.
Okay. "14, coming through the tail strike with the echo's position is going to be a miss. The tail is wildly swinging. You're waiting for a chance for it to land, but it strikes the ice instead. With the second strike. That's going to be 15, which misses again as you come through. It looks like all the nat 20s and the good luck has gone to Thanos.
Right. He will unleash incarnation and go one more time.
One more time, swinging through. Natural.
Oh
one.
my god!
Oh no, dude!
Bad
I really
miss.
did
As it comes
all-
through your fault. Sees the echo is just striking wildly, chipping away at some of these scales as the tail swings through, but it's unable to connect. And the wild strikes, none land.
Sorry.
All right. Now, as we end your turn, and before we come to Tegan, the tail once more swings directly towards you. The legendary action. It's going to be a natural one as well.
Thank you, Thanos.
Bad miss as it swings up into the air, just completely off track. All right, Tegan, you're up.
Well, after being teleported, Tegan's a little overwhelmed, but he does know that can't let his friends die on him, so he's going to go ahead and pop our boy Zeph with a Cure Wounds.
Nice.
Hey, let's go.
There we go. All right, Rob.
Yeah, it's official. I hate that dragon.
And then I am gonna peek around the corner and see Lucar on top of the fucking dragon, and say, "Lucar, kill that motherfucker!" And I'm gonna give him bardic inspiration.
Might be a little bit difficult to target them. Just FYI, so try to do the best you can.
I nailed it first try.
Precision barding.
Deacon don't miss. Deacon don't miss. And I'll end my turn.
All right. So as we end your turn, and before we come to Lucar, Ithrin expends the last and final legendary action directly at Aldor. Aimed top-down strike, 24 smashes down on top of you, 13 total points. Maldor, you are knocked out. So doing your echo disappears from space. I'm gonna go ahead, sidestep a little bit to delete. Back to. So it kind of connects. You see Mulder connected with the bludgeoning damage, falls over the shroud as it kind of dwindles in its lighting and its effect. Again, you kind of manifest yourself in that presence in that way, and you're kind of laying there in an unconscious state. Lucar, you're on the back of the dragon, inspired, hearing the words of Tegan, who sees the dragons thrashing about, trying to throw you off, but is unable.
Excellent. So I'm going to let out a guttural roar, line up the Bane of Barathun in between the scales on the top of his neck, and put all of my strength into shoving it down in.
Okay.
Same time yelling, "Die, tyrant!"
Okay, getting advantage from the Vow of Enmity is also probably on top of it at this point. 18 is going to connect. 30 total damage with 4 of Hunter's Mark. How do you want to do it?
Yes.
Yeah.
For fun, I'm gonna put a level 2 Divine Smite on it too.
Tap off. There's 2 total points.
Smite
Light
is
Gotta
elements.
line it up. You got it. You gotta smoke it.
Light
Yeah.
this shit up.
I love it.
And,
34, 13.
Yeah, so assuming this is... Or is he dying?
That's correct. That's when I ask
Okay.
you if
Yes.
how do you want to do it. Is that this is going to?
So I want to take the momentum of him, falling, me with him, and attempt to, grab the sword, down through his neck and pivot it over to the side as I, fall with him and see if I can decapitate the motherfucker.
Okay. So as you take the Bane of Barathun, slicing down with a downward strike, alighting it with Divine Smite, you penetrate into its kind of spinal area, right, and towards the nerves, and you kind of come downwards into the bone, slicing through. You hear the dragon kind of roar and pitch its neck wildly as you take the blade, slicing to the side, using your weight downwards with the stroke. You can see you're falling down with the dragon coming towards the ice and then slicing the head. You're not able to decapitate this creature nearly. The blade's not large enough, but you're able to come through on the side enough to have the actual neck completely detached, except for the fragment on the other opposite side. Just the massive amounts of blood from the jugular unleashed. You can see these sprawls of scales splintering across. Your eyes are slightly aglow with a reddish hue as the blade is completely sucked up from the blade from the strike, as the whistle is a high-pitched screech about the space. You see the dragon completely topple down, unmoving, unable to get back up, and completely defeated. 47 total points, giant defeated sign. As we're going to go ahead and conclude our music here, put back.
Yes,
on
and I stick my hand into the viscera and get coated in his blood and wipe it across my face.
Okay, cutting in the blood, wiping across your face with the eyes, the reddish glow attuned to the blade. The whistling is something you don't hear. Everyone else can hear the blade as you begin to raise it up. The blade is slightly aglow with the reddish hue as well, as you're kind of holding it too. You feel sated, unsure of what that means at this stage. Then going to go ahead and pause it as we finish this Dragon Falls. You notice the frail old wizard and the bright red gold-robed man have stopped fighting. Young figure, gasps for air as they clinch towards the chest. I've had enough of this. I will have my revenge, and your prophecy will not stop me. See as he opens the hand as the tear of fabric space-time cracks through the splintering of purple and pink cackling lightning as it absorbs them. They disappear. See as the frail old wizard moves back down to a hunch, holding down the stick. Moves the hand, casting some sort of spell, and sits down onto an invisible chair. Slowly closes the eyes and breathes deep. That is the end of combat.
Is it dead?
Spencer's covered.
Oh yes.
Yeah. First thing I would probably do when given the opportunity is like get closer to Mulder and toss a healing word at him, though.
I'm gonna come behind come out from behind the cover and bite my thumb at it as a disrespectful gesture. Just,
So how'd you feel about that fight, Varus?
whoa, what the fuck? Where are you? And I'm just like waving my hands towards nothing in front of me.
Hey, you'll have to make some light, Mr. Creator of Light.
I can do that. Oh, there you are. Why do you?
I was supposed to everyone cares to huddle up and then I'll heal everyone.
Yeah, walk towards
I
him.
could use it. Thought I was gonna get out of there scot-free, but
There was a chance you got out of there scot-free?
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna start casting a prayer of healing.
Okay.
Wait.
I actually just I have been checking Discord because my stuff is all muted. But Sanctuary it drops if you're in an incapacitated state. So unconscious fulfills that incapacitated state. Just FYI. Lasts for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated or die. Alright, and then you're throwing out a prayer of healing. Okay, so it's 2d8, I believe, plus your spellcasting modifier, so a total of 16 to everybody.
Well, it's not to everybody. It's one person at a time, I think.
Prayer healing's everybody. It's
Yeah,
more of
it's-
vitality that's one person.
2d6 or 2d8 plus spellcasting, one target at a time, but it lasts for 10 minutes.
I thought it was vitality, but that I have no idea.
And so it lasts
Our
for
vitality is the once per turn,
Ah.
but only lasts for 1
prayer
minute.
of healing. Because it doesn't have a concentrated effect. Up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range each regain hit points equal to 2d8 plus spellcasting ability modifier. This spell has no effect on their constructs. The casting time is 10 minutes. It's instantaneous to 6 creatures.
Oh, it takes
It,
10 minutes.
it takes 10 minutes to cast, and then you can heal 6 creatures
Right.
with a 2d8
It
plus
makes way more
spellcasting.
sense.
Yeah, because it's not
Thinking of
concentrated, it's
the
just a verbal.
I think I'm thinking of a different spell. I'm not sure which one.
I know you're talking about an Aura of Vitality, or there's another spell that does something, right?
No, it's definitely a different spell, but I'm probably thinking of a higher level spell that I
Okay.
don't have.
So you're giving basically each of you, including yourself here. So I'll bump you up 16.
Definitely.
I want to walk
Is the
over.
doubling still not effect, or is that done with?
As soon as the dragon has died, it seems as though whatever gift of Thrym from healing is no longer there. In addition, you can see that the bolt from the side of your crossbow Thanos has ended.
Damn, and Lucky
Rip.
goes away.
Never
I
got to
wanna-
find out what it was.
I want to walk over directly in
I
front of
think
this.
it was
thing.
3 nat 20s, is what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk over directly in front of this old man and ask
Okay.
him, who was that whelp? Where can I find him, and how can I kill him?
So at the hands, as food begins to appear, bread and cheeses, as well as a tankard of ale. Are you hungry? You need some food?
Yes, I grab it from him immediately without thought.
Spawns more food in their hands.
What is this, World of Warcraft?
As early resemblers do World of Warcraft and the 5th edition universe of D&D. The
Thanos is
answer
going
to your
to-
question is a little bit more complicated than I think that, well, you would want to hear. Even then, I must introduce myself. I feel like it is fitting. Chosen ones, my name is Magello. And that figure was Damodar.
Do you already know who we are?
Of course I do, dear boy of Willow.
Fucking everybody does.
Oh, Tegan, settle yourself down. It's fine. You'll-
So, are we finally going to be able to learn what this Chosen One moniker means?
Well, that is up to you. You are a dealer in chronology magic. You should understand the complexities of prophecy. I may answer one question for you, one question alone. If I answer anything else, things will not come to fruition as they should.
Interesting.
You may
suppose
delegate
you should
amongst
ask the right
yourselves,
question.
and I will continue to eat my food, and, well,
Okay.
And I didn't quite catch it. What was the names again?
Damodar.
Damodar and...
So this
Magello.
individual is named Magello, and then the individual, the figure that was attacking and also apparently vaporized Wolfsing Vilsok is named Damodar.
Damodar's gonna fucking die.
Okay, so I'll turn to the group and be like, okay, what's our one question here?
I would like to point out that while they were speaking earlier to one another, Damodar mentioned that they killed his mother because of prophecy, which sounds a
Yeah.
lot like that illusion
beheading.
magic that we saw.
The
Sounds
boy.
Sounds a lot like the beheading
Yep,
of the boy's mother.
the boy that left with the elven woman.
The boy that we
Lady-
sort of saved.
Kind of, yeah.
Cinderella.
What was her name?
Cinderella.
La-
Cinderella.
Yeah, lady. Do you... I'll ask you all, do you want to know why the prophecy has to be us?
I don't know.
I don't think
what
we're going to get
information
a good
benefits
I don't
us.
think. I don't think we're going to
While
get. a good
you all
answer
are
on that.
figuring this out, the DM out of character is going to get more coffee. I will be right back.
Hmm.
Excellent decision.
All right.
Yes, conjure coffee.
What do you all want to know? And we
How to
can
kill
narrow-
that motherfucker?
I feel like that probably does not have a simple answer.
Have you
How about-
seen
What is our purpose?
what is our purpose?
My sole purpose is to kill that motherfucker.
I will say, Lucar, that man used magic that I've only heard of in stories. I've never actually seen people use anything that strong. That is what an archmage wishes he could cast. So it will not be as simple as find him and kill him, unfortunately.
Any question we ask should probably be more focused. Because something like, "What is our, why us? Why? What's our purpose?" I think that's too broad.
What about
When you
how?
ask
What are we-
vague questions, you get vague answers.
What are we
Yeah.
supposed to do as the Chosen Ones? Like, what's our job?
We've been told before that our purpose is to store order, chaos.
Yeah, but
I
maybe
fear
we can
asking-
get a more
asking that question.
specific answer.
Why don't
That
we
would-
ask?
Or we get the same answer and waste our
Yeah,
question.
you would probably
Yeah.
need a more specific question.
Why don't we ask how to become powerful enough to fight him?
There's a lot of ways that could be answered too.
Yeah. Our group at its best, never deciding. Can Can we ask him how to be more more decisive in our actions?
So how
Ask
do
him
we
who the
win?
leader of our group should be.
Oh, that is a decision for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only you can prevent forest fires.
Oh man.
God, where's Smokey at? I thought he was part of our group too.
Uh,
The furball Smokey.
Unreally, I look over to Zeph and I say, "You need plate armor."
I don't think that would
slow
save
me
him
down
from frost
a
breath.
lot.
Yeah, he took 3 dragon breaths to the face, like back to
Right.
back.
Yeah.
Plate armor would not have helped at all. And honestly, I don't know if you notice these noodle armors of mine. Anything heavier than what I'm wearing now is just going to slow me down.
Yeah, I don't even wear armor.
You guys got hit?
So they
So
do.
I saw him breathe at nothing, and then the outline of your body.
Yeah, I saw him give you a paper cut.
Meanwhile, Maldor got hit like 15 times.
Right.
Just-
I only went down once.
Only went down
Yeah,
once at the very
it
end.
only took all of his legendary actions at you to kill you.
Right.
I want one of those like post fight summaries that pops up, like who took the most damage.
It's Maldor. It's
It's-
easily
How about
Maldor.
this?
Seeing the numbers, it could have been Zeph. I mean, he took like 55 points of
That is
damage.
true.
Oh,
Great,
man.
great times.
I only have
Okay.
a max of 40, so if I had already been down, that would have been bad.
That's why I got you up. I didn't want instant death to be a thing. Although he's
Maldor
just
took-
going to get
Maldor
knocked
took
down
the most
again.
damage.
Yeah.
No,
Just
I-
Easy.
Maldor took
Well,
the
yeah,
most damage,
that's-
just resisted the most. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
constantly being in the dragon's face is to want to do that.
But yeah.
So
Um.
what stands us the greatest advantage to know?
I feel like knowing our
have-
purpose.
What do we already know? We know that there is a war coming. We know that this Damodar fellow has recruited an army of beholders, if nothing else. Clearly, he's working with.
No, the
Clearly, he's
beholders.
working with dragons.
I thought the beholders were fighting against them. Or am I
No, just that one.
Yeah.
Just the
okay,
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
What if we asked, is there someplace we can go or something we can acquire to aid us in our quest?
Or a way to cancel out that purple and nonsense lightning bullcrap that we've now encountered on 2 separate beings with the dragon and Damodar.
Rainbow
Well, it
magic.
seems like the stones have a purpose to play there. It could be. We have our theories about who Damodar is and what he wants. It could be helpful to clarify and see if we're correct.
What
That
about
might lead us to information about how to stop him.
what about asking about the people who are on the other sides of these stones, or the entities, or
The
whatever?
dragons.
They're the dragon. I think we've discovered they're the dragons. He was speaking directly to Ether, and we've all talked to the ones of us who have talked to a dragon, presumably.
I've
I
talked
think-
to around.
I think we should ask where is a place we should go to learn more about our quest.
That might be good.
Potentially, yeah. But, I mean,
Alright.
we have plans to go to Athema, but for no other reason than it was the nearest city.
Let's do that. All right, I think we figured it out.
Oh, yeah.
All about all these rolls.
Where should we go to figure out more about our destiny, our quest?
Quite vague and, well, you could have a very cryptic answer. So. Oh, this ale is so stale. Oh. There are many places that you can go to find the answers you seek, but there is one such place that holds more truth. You must go to a place called Felk, the Isle of the Blessed. There you will find what is referred to as the Well of Nine Realms. In Felk and the waters of this well, you will find the answers you seek.
Where? Felgrim?
Felgrim.
Kim?
That is so far away.
That is way over here, huh?
I don't suppose you expected this Grand Destiny to be easy.
I mean, he can teleport through space and time.
I don't suppose I can find a way to get my wings to last longer than 1 minute.
What? Question answered. Must be getting on my way.
Question. I have a question.
No, question has been answered, sir. You cannot answer two questions.
What's your favorite color?
Well, it's just difficult to say. I've always loved purple. Blue is nice. Yeah, we'll call it either blue or purple. How about violet? Lavender. Ooh,
And we wish for more wishes.
you cannot wish. There's no wishes here. I'm not some genie. Some sort of arterial plate.
Before you go, thank you for protecting me and Tegan and Zeph. That was very kind.
Of course, chosen ones. It's my pleasure. And we perhaps first meet again if fate requires it. Now, stay the course. Yeah.
Also, neat chair trick.
Oh, yes. You like this? It's part of my ways to, protect myself. Yeah. Pulls out a small pocketbook and begins to look through it. Turns around, backs towards you and flips through it. So something else. Nope, that was it. Puts it back in. Well, yep. Taps the staff down twice. This poor
Yep.
begins to move through and walks back. And as
Counterspell.
that happens,
No, kidding.
they disappear.
Yep. This is
Counterspell.
Is that a reference to Avatar? Maybe so. My cabbages!
Magello? Yep.
There may be one or two cabin merchant around that gets destroyed.
Next time we
well-
meet, I better be drinking Damodar's blood.
Should we check out that massive pile of shiny
Gold?
objects?
Hell yes.
It would also be a shame to let this corpse go to waste.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna head to the pile of golden jewels and stuff and hit a detect magic to see if there's any magical items in the hoard.
Okay.
Can I
are
bring
you-
the stone up to the corpse and just see if there's any reaction to it?
Bringing the stone up to the corpse, the stone it doesn't have a glow anymore to it, but it still has that same scale forming around that structure, same frost billowing down from it, and you're kind of raising the stone up towards it and trying to find some connection, but whatever connection was there is no longer.
Man. Well, your guys' turn now.
Is there such a thing as dragon bone plate armor in D&D 5e?
So
Or is
we're
that-
actually
is that
we're,
Skyrim?
we're gonna get to my crafting guide. So
Okay.
if you actually
Cool.
go into resources in the Discord underneath administration, you should see this crafting guide 3.0. So I've gone
Looking
through a
at
few renditions of it. So I'm going to give a brief overview of what the crafting guide is and what it does, and it's not complicated, and that is the reason. Okay, I found that players that you can either have a crazy 80-page book and have players literally delve into crafting for sessions long, or you can have something that's really simplistic and very easy. So the way that I'm going to phrase this to you is that everything is going to have a cost to it. Oftentimes, you'll find the cost can be reduced either by getting successful skill
I'll be right
checks
back.
with the kit, and then things will have a DC to craft them. Okay, and so it's split into categories within the tables, showcasing that certain items maybe they're consumed, or they're major items like armor. Right, they're going to actually have a higher DC, and they're also going to cost more. And then you have your types of rarity, and that's going to throw themselves into the columns. So, if we kind of go to the top table, it's a large list, and what this is that I wanted to diversify tools and what they could actually do. So one of them, as you can see, is scrolls. So anybody can make scrolls if they are using a calligrapher, a cartographer, or painter's tools. And then they can use either dex, wisdom, intelligence, or charisma for that. Now, making a scroll, right? You have the cost of that, which is different than perhaps like a wizard if they go through the class. So, but it's possible. So anybody really can make scrolls if you have the spell to work from already, if you know what it is from a spell book perhaps, and then you can work and draft that over to a scroll with a check. Okay? Potions, similar fashion. Alchemist, brewer, potters, or herbalism. And then you have intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. So you can fulfill a large, diverse range of tools for other functions. Now we get to enchanting. Okay, so there is no rules in the DMG for enchanting. Weapons of +1, +2, +3, they just exist, okay? There's really nothing in there that says, this is how they're made. Okay? Anybody with spellcasting can enchant a weapon permanently. And they can use their spellcasting ability for that. There is no way to gain proficiency with enchanting. Right? There's no way to help you with that. That's why it's a very rare and difficult thing to do. There's still a DC, there's still a cost to it. And you can see +1 uncommon, +2 is rare, and +3 is very rare, and that fills into the tables. But it's manageable, and you can do it. In addition, you can actually enchant weapons that are already enchanted. So you can go +1 to +2 to +3. And then if we talk about other enchantments, such as a flame tongue, we're still in the same category. We take the rarity of that item and we translate it to the enchantment. Does that make sense? Yeah, yep. I see. Yeah, yep. I see. People's brains are boggling. I like it. All right. So now we come to the dragon parts, which is what this crafting guide really highlights, and that there's different types of materials. You have masterwork steel, you have dark steel, you have mithril, you have beskar, and then you have dragon hide, dragon helm, and dragon armor. So there's 3 types of things that you can get from a dragon. There's the hide, the teeth, and the talons. Those 3 components can be used to make those 3 dragon items. To answer your question, Lucar, can I make a dragon plate? Dragon armor, you can. So you can make dragon armor, and you can use 1 pre-existing armor, like a plate, and it could be enchanted. And you can tack on these things, have a DC, and then all of a sudden you have dragon scale bonuses of that dragon onto, similar to dragon scale, on your plate armor. Now the DC is extremely high. And you'll notice that the DCs are extremely high for a lot of the stuff. In fact, if you think about enchanting, you'd never even be able to reach very rare or even legendary, right? That is where you need to find artisans and traders, people that have dedicated their lives to that, and they can actually, A, do it for you at a cost, or they can apprentice you and help you getting buffs and bonuses on the tools that you have. So if you have a smithing tool, so you're a smith, you actually could potentially get +5, even +10 as just a bonus onto the tool for going through an apprenticeship or working with a master smith. You talk about back at Monsag, right? You had Lutil, you had the master forger. Think about the bonus you might be able to get off of a tool working with them and be able to forge some of the stuff. So that is how the crafting guide functions. The fact that these things are difficult to obtain, difficult to do, but they're manageable if you take the time apprenticing or finding someone that can do it. The parts there are there. Now we get to, let's say, how many parts are there to this particular dragon? Well, this dragon is large. It is massive. So you have literally unlimited amount of hide that you can get from it. There is no real limit to the amount of hide. It's really going to be down to the weight of this stuff rather than the quantity of this stuff. So you're going to have plenty of dragon teeth. You're going to have plenty of talons to work with here, and it's really, it's going to come down to the weight of these items.
Where's Maldor Jr. when you need to load him up?
Yeah. All right.
Donkey.
So I'm going to go ahead and give you the weight of these things so you understand how heavy these are in terms of the items. So we're going to start with the hide. So the dragon hide is 15 pounds for 1 piece of hide. Okay. The dragon talon, which is a piece of the talon, is only going to be 5 pounds. So you're actually just taking a piece of the talon. And then the teeth is going to be 5 pounds as well. So you're just taking a piece of the teeth. So the hide is the heaviest, which is also, if you look at the crafting guide, the least needed inside of the quantities, the reagents. The dragon helm is a separate item completely. It's a trinket,
Yep.
and it does not require attunement. The dragon hide, and the way that works, is similar. If you have a piece of dragon hide, there's no check, there's no DC. You can just wear it as a cloak, which fills that slot, or you can attach it to your armor, which means you cannot make any modifications such as like dragon armor or pre-existing things that would require some level of coating the armor or enchanting the armor. That attaching it to your armor would fulfill that.
Cool.
Any questions on that at all?
What's the benefit of having the dragon scale as a cloak?
You get advantage on against frightful presence checks of all dragons.
Can you put those weights in chat?
So what's the game plan? Are we just going to sit here and butcher this thing and take as much as we can? Or?
Well, we also have a ton of gold.
Gleefully, pull out the Bane of Barathune.
Oh yeah,
and get to work.
I don't know if I missed it, but was
Twice.
there any magical items in the gold?
Yeah, we haven't got to that yet. I thought you were.
Okay.
We're getting through some of the logistics here. This is tends
for
what we
sure.
happen.
I
We're in a
I
horror
went and used the
situation. Yeah.
bathroom, so I wasn't. I was
No,
making sure I
okay,
just
yeah,
did
no,
that.
you're good. You're good. Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page with the crafting guy because this is when it starts coming up in the campaign. People are
Right.
like, animal parts, yes, dragon parts, yes. Yes, I do have rules for that. No, so your detect magic going through, you actually are able to detect. There are specific items in here that are coming out to you. In particular, in terms of items that you're looking through and trying to find, you actually see a halberd that's pushing out some sort of magic. The actual blade itself is beautiful and neatly and ornately made. It has these celestial runes that are on it, and then the actual shaft of the weapon, the actual kind of hilt or the handle of that weapon, is a solid metallic pole, and it seems to have some sort of magical welding that actually attaches the blade, so it doesn't have a necessarily mechanical connection, it's a magical connection between the blade and the actual shaft. After that, there are a pair of boots. The boots themselves are looking rather common. They're just a brown pair of leather boots, and they have kind of a white cuffed interior to them. They have these little bit of intricate kind of up-down accents of leather stitching towards it, but again, nothing much that would note them as what they are. It just seems that they're giving off some sort of magic. I'm not going to get into the School of Magic. I think that's kind of redundant if we're going to go through identifications. And then there's a cloak. The cloak is blackish with a brown tinge with a white cuff kind of around the actual neck region that kind of fits in, and there's a little bit of a wing that kind of comes, a leathery wing with tendrils similar to a bat's wing, and that's used as a clip that comes through. And then the next item is an amulet. And the amulet itself is a gold spherical-like amulet, kind of an orbish shape, but it's more oblong than it is an orb. And then it has some of these divination runes into it, and it seems to have some sort of protection against perhaps clairvoyance or divination-like magic.
You need to put
And
that on
then,
Aldor
yeah,
so he
if I-
doesn't decapitate Varys again.
If I guess I could identify all of them. I would take a bunch more time, right?
I mean, not really, because you can ritual cast 10 minutes. It seems like everyone's going to start cutting up this dragon, so that's going to
Yeah.
take a long time.
Yeah,
Please.
I'm not strong enough to cut up a dragon, so I'm just gonna spread out all the magical items and start identifying them one by one.
Yeah, so I think that we can definitely do that, and we'll have you do that. And then as far as gold pieces, so there are gems and there are trinkets. There are other things in there that have value to them. There's silver and copper pieces in there. The way that I do the coin is actually I'm gonna combine it essentially into gold, which is the easiest thing to translate across the board. I'm not gonna deal with. I'm gonna assume you're gonna sell whatever it is if you get to a town or a city, and then we don't have to deal with having like this much silver, this much copper. I did have it separated in the past, but it was very confusing to players. We're really struggling with like currency changes and stuff, even though it's only it's only 10. It's it's a power of 10. But it's all
What's the
right.
gold?
Yeah, people just want
But is
gold.
there
They want one
electrum?
currency. One currency. No electrum. So I'll tell you that at the end of your identification as well, since you're shifting through the pile and you're able to get an understanding of how much gold is in it. All right, so we'll get to the actual parts of the dragon. For this, I need to have one person only, that is going to be helped by the rest, to make a survival check in taking apart the dragon.
I think Varys should do it.
I think Thanos should do it.
I think
so-
Thanos probably has the highest. Can
I imagine mine's
Alright.
only +3.
we
Got
guidance?
it.
Can we guidance him too?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's that bardic inspiration at?
Are you out of this?
Yeah, I'm out.
We're kind of tapped. Oh, that's the universe has spoken.
So
But we were up
Thanos,
against- we had advantage, right?
you have advantage. Yeah, you get
Oh,
another
yes,
roll.
I do.
You get
Hold
advantage.
on.
You're
Because
getting
we're
helped. You're getting helped. There we go.
Oh,
Thank God.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay. So as you begin to move through the survival check of this, getting helped, you're able to now excise the pieces, and it seems that you're successful in your endeavor. The quantities, again, are completely irrelevant. You can take as many, most likely, as you can carry at this stage with your weight threshold. So just be mindful of your weight thresholds as well as what's realistic in your backpacks, and just call out what you want, and I'll start dragging into inventories.
Well, I'm gonna grab the amount needed for a helm. I think that's 50 pounds.
Okay.
How much? What is my weight threshold?
Mhm.
It's not that much.
What
Yeah.
is what is Zeph's weight threshold? Negative.
What's the calculation again?
It says
You
at
can-
the bottom when you pull up your character sheet.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure.
Um,
Because like I can carry 165.
In your inventory, Lucar?
yeah. After what I'm already carrying, I can carry another 37 pounds.
Yeah, I'm at 80. So what's 165 to minus 80? My math is not great.
I don't think I have that much on me,
Eight.
so I probably have a decent bit of space for whatever we need.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
carry
and-
85
and
pounds. Of
Also
stuff.
think about how much coin is in that treasure, that hoard.
Mm,
Understand
that's
that's
Also,
gonna
going
think
to be
about we have.
that's going to be weight as
I-
well.
There's
I
also
will
the fact that we
carry
have
as
to go
much
back
gold
up a
as
hole.
possible. I'll let y'all do the dragon.
Yeah, I'm
So,
going to. I'm going to drop my chainmail in this hoard too, and then I'll pick up the rest of my weight and treasure.
Okay. So you're going to be dropping your chainmail here. I'm going to delete the items.
So
from
you're
inventory.
rolling. You're rolling.
Where do
naked.
you see your weight
Wait.
threshold?
The weight threshold is
Uh,
in the inventory
inventory.
of your character sheet, and it's a bar at the bottom. It's a blue bar that you can see, and it shows you.
Oh. Okay, I can carry like 90 more pounds.
Total or additional?
90 more pounds.
Okay.
Oh, I have the. I can summon the floating disc.
Floating disc! Oh my
Yeah,
god!
that's 500 pounds right there.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
I'll
definitely
conjure
gonna
up
be.
the floating disc whenever
We're
I get the
rich.
chance.
We're rich.
I'm definitely going to be. I know I probably won't get anything additional, but I'm going to be digging like deeper into the middle.
The
of
chosen
pile.
ones are poachers.
Yes.
Once we cut up the dragon, I'm going to walk over to the hoard, find a sapphire, and eat it.
Eat it!
Hey man, we can sell those.
Looking
It's,
around,
it's going to be hard to pass.
hoping nobody's looking at me.
I'm hoping to find.
I'm
Everyone's
staring
looking at
you. Yeah. But yeah. And then I was identifying the objects, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then after that, I'll summon the disc, and we can load up 500 pounds worth of stuff on the disc.
Yeah, because the only way we there's two ways out. There's the hole we came in, and then there's the caved-in entrance that presumably still has the kids of the dragon we just killed on the other side.
Yeah.
All Tegan wants to get is he wants a claw off of whatever hand hit him in the first encounter. at the field house. He just wants a single claw.
Is there still rope dangling from when we came down here?
The rope is dangling. You can see through the hole above, but something is happening, Zeph. Obviously, you have the dark vision. Your Twilight dark vision still extended at the stage. We haven't gone through that much time. You are able to see that the tunnel that was collapsed after reaching to the Horde, the tunnel that was collapsed, the auxiliary tunnel, is dramatically melting, as well as the layer around you. Some of the actual the icicle formations and things that are melting. Essentially, that there is a magical awareness, a presence of this. The flooring itself again was healing itself. Now this dragon has been defeated. The magic of this layer is ended, and so things are essentially melting. Things that shouldn't be necessarily frozen in the conditions that they are, they're melting. And you can see that the collapsing of the auxiliary tunnel, in the melting that's happening, is enough that there are grooves and spaces to actually get yourselves through into that tunnel.
Does it look like there's any other creatures beyond? They decided to leave?
Nothing that you can see.
Just as a random point of reference, I'm apparently carrying a chest in my inventory that weighs 25 pounds. Can
Why?
probably leave. I don't know. Can probably leave that.
Yeah, I mean, you can delete it. As far as your character sheets go, how you delete things in your inventory, you should see once you get to that section or anywhere in your character sheet, there's a kind of a key, like a lock, like a padlock kind of thing. You can actually click that; it'll turn red, just similar to Roll20. It basically allows you to delete.
Yeah,
things.
I see. Yeah,
And then from there, you
Cool.
can actually right-click the item and hit delete.
And you don't know where the chest came from?
I assume it was like my starter equipment or something, and I just never paid it attention. I can carry 270 pounds. I haven't worried about weight to this point.
The chest is from your background.
Yeah, but I haven't put anything in it, so it's just I'm
No,
just
this is a might need it
It's
for the
just a
gold.
big
Who
old
knows?
hefty chest. Right. Yeah, I mean we could use it, but
You
then we
did-
have to put it on the. You could put it on the disc if you want to contain the gold, but I'm not going to keep
Yeah,
carrying.
that was what I was thinking. Maybe put it on the disc to contain the gold.
Sounds to me.
Deacon looks in his backpack and pulls out a chest and goes, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, shit's heavy. I'm also going to delete the Darksteel ore because I gave that to King Ilfing.
You did.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
were we carrying these?
Out of curiosity, I open the chest that he lays down and stick a foot in it, seeing if it's.
Oh, see, it's a chest of holding.
Did not carry. I did not steal Pelu's chest.
Unfortunate.
Oh, I
Pelu's
didn't know that was an
I
option. We
will,
could have made that happen.
I will carry personally enough stuff to make a helmet as well.
Oh yeah. Who has, was it Tegan that has sending? Weren't you going to tell Pelu that?
I've got sending, but I don't have any 30 level spell slots.
Oh, rip.
Yeah.
All right, so as we go
Okay.
through the identification now, so I'm going to go ahead and advance the time clock, given what we're doing, which is going to put us roughly at 4-ish, 30 to 5, so we'll just put it to 5. So we're going to have...
I'll put the light back on.
yeah, so you can see, I got okay, so we go through the items here. I'm just going to go ahead and list. So the halberd that you see, you're unsure of what the designation would be. I'm just going to refer to this as a Justicar halberd, and then will become relevant as you understand what Justicar are later. You can also roll a history check to understand what Justicar are as well if you're
Here,
unsure.
I'll roll a history check.
Okay, I'll take it. Well, that's enough. I just need to check to get out of the way if you're interested in what Justicar are. So Justicar are an elite trained group of paladins that are they are loyal to the Talthars and to the royal throne of the People's Palace. Their existence is a compound that they're actually an academy of sorts, and it's in Baelder, and they serve there. They also are known to be inquisitors, so they're used in truth-seeing and other stones of truth, and also kind of the death of kind of fiendish or demonic things is what they're sent out to do. So this halberd is a halberd +2. So it's enchanted with celestial runes, so divine magic, most likely from Palor, because that's what Jiskar's worship. And the metal-edged blade is welded onto the metallic shaft or hilt. So that's all it is, just +2 halberd.
Yeah, I'll give this to Maldor if he wants it. I'll hand it to him.
We can do that. We can do the handing out after I go through the items.
Right.
I think that's better because you might come to if
Yeah.
you're going to try to share them out, maybe knowing all that items are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was just doing that as like a roleplay thing. Like, yeah, this would probably be good for you.
Okay, we'll take it. All right. So the next item is boots of striding and springing. So this is a wondrous item. It is going to require attunement. While you wear these boots, your walking speed becomes 30 feet, unless your walking speed is higher, and your speed isn't reduced if you are encumbered or wearing heavy armor. In addition, you can jump 3 times the normal distance, though you can't jump farther than your remaining movement would allow. It's complicated.
Damn.
I don't
Just
even
know
know that would be good.
It's a weird item. So just know that you can jump further. There's a cap, and it's essentially your walking speed. You can't jump further than your own walking speed, but you can, if you have high enough strength, you actually could reach that because of the multiplier. And it's good if you are encumbered because you have no penalties of that. And then the speed reduced for wearing heavy armor, that doesn't come into play unless you have somebody that isn't proficient in armor, right? Trying to wear heavy armor. Then the actual boots come into play because the rules of 5e and the way they work, if you attempt to wear a piece of armor that you don't have proficiency for, they actually state you into an encumbered stance at the loss of boot. So that's what that is. And so these boots actually allow you to put heavy armor on if you don't have proficiency of it.
Whoever wears those is carrying shitloads of treasure out of this.
Yeah, that's the
Out of
that's the
this
Luke
lair.
Monkey boots.
Okay.
It's the Loot
So-
Monkey
Alright.
boots.
Those are the boots. The next item that we're going to get to is the Cloak of the Bat, which is a really funny item. So, this is a rare item, wondrous item, requires attunement. While wearing this cloak, you have advantage on stealth checks. In an area of dim light or darkness, you can grip the edges of the cloak with both hands and use it to fly at a speed of 40 feet.
Holy
If you ever fail to grip the cloak's edges while flying in this way, or if you are no longer in dim light or darkness, you lose this flying speed, and yes, you do fall. While wearing the cloak in an area of dim light or darkness, you can use your action to cast Polymorph on yourself, transforming into a bat. While you are in the form of the bat, you retain your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores, but you don't retain any other features. Okay, so it's not like a wild shape. The cloak can't be used in this way again until the next dawn, so you have to wait to get that recharged.
So,
Yeah, as soon as
if
I
you're
heard that, I tossed it at Thanos. So that's probably
so if you're having to grip the edges to keep flying, you can't attack while
You
flying.
cannot attack while flying. That is correct. That is what that stance is. So you have to hold it. You cannot use a weapon. You cannot attack. You can't cast any spells unless it's just verbal components, right?
You're
So
It's
back.
like
this-
a glider monkey.
It's like a
Yeah.
glider, and you have to
Batman,
really
here you
focus.
go.
All the drugs.
I get to fly around while invisible now. Let's go.
All right, now we get.
It really
to,
is the perfect item for a boomstone.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, it was,
So now we get to
Wait
the last magical item inside of the Horde. This is an amulet of proof against detection and location. It's an uncommon item. It does also require attunement. While wearing this amulet, you are hidden from divination magic. You can't be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors.
Okay.
Now that you've collected and seen the gold pieces, the total value of this Horde is 17,000 gold pieces.
How
Holy
much does that even
shit.
weigh?
A lot.
Between somebody wearing those boots and his disc, can we carry it all?
I just need you to somebody
Uh,
transmute it into 6 large diamonds, and it'll be fine.
I believe
Well,
you're
let me just
looking
be-
at a third. Let's see.
It's about 4.
I think they weigh 0.02 pounds per coin. So if that's the case, you're looking at 340 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
For the whole
that's
thing.
doable.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Honestly, we
will-
could probably carry it without the disc if we just split it up.
You split it up, yeah, it'll be
I mean,
fine.
especially with those boots. Just give somebody
Yeah.
those boots
Well, I
and
mean,
turn them
yeah,
into a
the
pack
disc
mule.
can hold whatever, we'll fill the disc up as much as we can, and then
Well, I
split
think
up
if we
what's left.
if we split the gold between us and then put the dragon stuff on the disc, because that's probably harder to carry and store
Right.
and stuff anyway.
Let's do that. Then.
That's true.
Was there by chance any like gems or hopefully diamonds?
There are diamonds in this hoard. There's 2 of
Any
them.
good sized ones?
Decent size, yeah. Enough for Revivify? 3. Yes. 2 diamonds that are enough for Revivify. Put them into your inventory.
Is Zeph
Just
able
hold
to
it up.
revivify himself?
Right? Can we just feed him a diamond if he dies?
Yeah.
Slot machine.
That'd be hilarious.
Lucar, no eating these. Okay?
These are for bringing friends back to life. Okay.
Fistfuls of gems.
Look over at Tegan, just
Yeah,
be
I guess
like,
we'll-
you've obviously never met a gem dragon.
So these diamonds are 500 gold pieces worth, so that's going to reduce your gold pieces to 16,000 from 17,000. Just FYI.
Well, that probably makes the weight easier.
Oh wait, you already had it.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm helping you. I got to edit the item too because it's the only diamond inside of the compendium is 5,000. It's like
Yeah.
I just changed the value.
Wow.
So
That would be an expensive resurrection.
So I'll just let the party know. So like, so I got these to use for Revivify if I need to. Although I would prefer to try and get ones that aren't quite so valuable because they're a bit overkill.
Right.
But it's an option.
You can probably
Well,
trade
if you
them
find
if you find somebody.
Just have them
I
cut.
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
I think
Cut
we're
them
gonna be
and sell off
spending
the rest.
money pretty soon, so you could probably get someone we start spending.
So with all of your weight, I went through your inventories really quick, and you all can divvy it out. So you don't need the actual floating disc. You have enough strength and also inventory space. It's 320 pounds for 16,000. So I'm gonna actually state I have a treasury character sheet, right? It already has 129 gold pieces. I think just throwing the 16,000 into there is probably the best bet, and then
Yeah.
figuring out what you want to do with it later would be the best best idea for it.
Did you say that the disc can hold 500 pounds? Is that?
Mhm.
Yeah. So we should-
500 pounds of dragon.
yeah, of dragon.
Yeah, that is
Is that
what
what-
it's going to be used for, isn't it?
Do you want to do? I can put that in the treasury as well. The dragon pigs.
Yeah.
Okay. So how much of it do you want? Do you want, like, do you all want to start putting parts like we all want dragon
Like-
helms, or do we just want to
Is
throw
it-
just
it-
a lump sum?
It
on?
lasts for like an hour, right? Or how long?
He can ritual cast it though, so we can.
Yeah.
keep it up.
You can continuously cast it with ritual, so you can just stop,
Well, I know.
cast it, and get back up.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I was wondering about because that would be. I mean, it might be worth it considering how much you could carry.
Okay,
it's just
so-
that you would.
If I wear a dragon helm, can I even wear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It would.
Then, yeah,
it
I
wouldn't be.
want
It
one.
wouldn't be a metallic helmet to fit your armor. It would be more like a cowl.
Yeah.
Right. So
I
just
want one
layer
for
it how
sure.
you want. Okay. So is that? I'm just trying to div how much parts of the 500 pounds you want to use, and we're just not gonna obviously
Yeah.
load it with hide. We're gonna try to be like, okay, well, if a dragon helm only needs 1 hide, then let's at least have this much hide so we can all have helmets. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would make sense to make everybody a helmet if they want one, and then
And that'd only be 250 pounds, right?
And then we can can we carry enough to make one set of dragon armor additionally, or no?
Yeah. So
if
I'm
my
doing it
math is
right now
correct.
here. I'm gonna
Because,
figure it out.
It would be a good idea to give
Before
one
that.
of our tanks a set of dragon armor if we can.
I was gonna say, I think if my math's right, it's 400 pounds for just one dragon armor worth of material.
Okay. So yeah, it probably wouldn't be possible.
Well, we could also probably split some weight between Maldor.
Well,
We're
I can
using
give
all
up
of
my
our-
dragon helm because I don't.
we
Get
also
hit.
Are we
we
not
also have
thinking
we have the
about
boots.
what's the benefits of the helm?
Boots.
+1 AC and advantage against dragon fear.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
So,
Well,
I mean, it's definitely
let's
it's
think
way
about
more
the
useful if you're gonna be close to the dragon, but
I mean,
Yeah.
I just need every AC I can get. So.
yeah, it's useful either way. I was talking about versus the cloak. Like the cloak is like really only useful if you're gonna be closer to the dragon. The other one's kind of universally useful.
So
just
right
kinda
now,
wanna-
Lucar does not count it because Lucar is holding their own. So if we're just going off of what I'm putting into the treasury, which is essentially the floating disc, you're at 250 pounds for all of the reagent parts to be able to make each of you dragon helmets. There's still 5 characters.
Yeah.
So the rest can be whatever you want.
And I can also probably carry some if I need as well.
So you said 1 maybe enough to make an armor.
That's what I was thinking. If we had the capacity.
Yeah, if we don't just
They'll be pushing it at that point.
Yeah.
if we don't
Then
just
that-
put the boots on me or Maldor and load the rest of us on.
Yeah,
Sure.
just load us
Yes.
down. Yeah.
Okay.
Where we're
You gonna
going.
say to the boots require attunement?
What was I guess
the boots, yes, they require attunement.
So we'll have to rest to get that.
No, well, yeah, I mean, normally you should rest. I mean, that's part of the rules, but since you've been identifying things and harvesting, and you're essentially going through a short rest anyways,
Okay.
you can.
I'll say, yeah, we
attune to
probably
these
need to at
items.
least short rest because we're wrecked.
Yeah, you're
I'm
probably
wrecked.
short rest is what's going to happen, and
Else.
it's kind of what you're doing anyways. I mean, short rest is stated as essentially leisurely activities. You're not moving, like you're not marching or doing,
Right.
athletic things. So, what I'll do here is I'm going to drag enough parts for the 1 piece of dragon armor. I'll put that into the treasury sheet, and we'll just state that some of that is given between Lucar and Maldor. So that's going to fill both of your space. So you'll both be at the maximum threshold, and then whoever has the boots needs to attune to those, and then you'll be encumbered. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So one of you decide who's gonna get the boots, either Maldor or Lucar.
Come on, Maldor.
So Maldor, yeah, you, and then I gave you the halberd. So we still, and then, what's his name? Thanos will probably get the cloak. And then who do
Yeah,
we
that makes
want
sense.
to have the divination amulet?
Whose ever stone we're working on later
Right.
on.
That's
That's
actually
just
Pass it
Right.
around. That makes sense.
Whenever we combine someone's stone,
I'll,
they should be
I'll,
wearing the amulet.
I'll put it on right now, and then if we need to change hands, we'll do that. I'm gonna do a short.
I don't know what you're rolling, but you're rolling well.
So wait a minute.
Short rest.
What I want to
I
know
forgot
is
to
with
roll dice.
with those boots on Maldor, how far is his ridiculous chasing distance now? It was 90 feet before.
Well, it's not. It doesn't increase his movement speed. It just
It
increases
just
his
lets me
jump.
jump.
Yep.
Yeah. So I could maybe, but you jumped on the back of the dragon without boots, so might make it easier to do that.
Yeah, so jumping, there's 2 different types of jumping. Obviously, you could do a high jump or a long jump. Both jumping is based on your strength score. So you can move, if you move at least 10 feet prior to jumping. So if you kind of get that long jump, right, that running jump, you can leap half you can leap only half that distance. You can cover a number of feet up to your strength score. So if your strength score for Maldor's case, I'll look through just to look through again because I always got to look 18. Go 18 feet. It's always rounded down, so that would be down to 15, right? So you could do 15, and then you can leap half that distance, and it's rounded again. So it's really not that much as far as the footage is concerned. Most likely 18, half, 8, probably round up at that point, so 10 is what I would call your long jump, 10 feet. And then your high jump is even less than that. So that's why the boots are a magical item, right? Because when you think about it, if the boots state you can jump 3 times the normal distance, that means that Maldor can jump up to the remaining movement would allow. And if it takes the dash action, that's incredibly far, because then the actual capacity of the movement's increased. So if Maldor says, I dash, which means you have 60 feet, you can do 3 times the normal distance that you can jump. So 3 times 10 feet for long, which would be putting up 30 feet. total of actual jumping.
And is that a free action, or does that take an action to do?
To jump, it's just your movement. There's no action.
Just part of the movement action?
Just
Yeah,
part
okay.
of the movement.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, that technically could extend the yeah. So that adds 30 feet to the 75 feet. So he can hit somebody at 105 feet now if he jumps.
Yeah. So it's not increasing necessarily. So let me phrase. So if let's say you're dashing, okay? So you take your action to dash. You go 20 feet, and then you go 10 feet to get that long jump. Okay, so now you can long jump 10 feet based on the rules, right? Halving and then we'll round up. Okay, so you have a 10-foot long jump at that point. Now we look at your remaining speed. If we go 3 times, right, the normal distance you can jump, which is 10, you can jump up to 30 feet, which is actually the remaining movement speed you have. So you can you can dash to 30, and then you jump, taking the 10 of that 30 to 30. So you can actually vault across something that's 30 feet.
Right. So it doesn't actually change the distance. It just lets you jump for a significant portion of it.
Correct. And so if you didn't dash, and you move 10 feet into a long jump of 10 feet, you would only have the remaining movement left an additional set of feet to be able to do that.
Right. So he'd have to run 10 feet, and then he could jump 20 feet, which would be his normal 30 movement. Yeah, okay. And then vertical, did it change the vertical? I don't remember.
The vertical changes as well. I mean, it's a high jump, right? So it's the same thing. But with a high jump, you leap into the air a number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier. If you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump.
So he can dunk, basically.
Yep. So for the next dragon, you can be on the other side. We put our blades in together, go down both sides, and truly decapitate.
And then
you got to pull off the decapitation.
And then if you don't take any sort of step forward, if you don't move at least 10 feet, so if you're just kind of standing there and you jump up, this is again, we come into the long jump kind of the same kind of fashion. You can only jump half that distance of what 3 plus your strength modifier is. So you're continuing to half, right? If you do not, so it's a little bit wonky. The rules are crazy about it. I hope that they change. Now that I saw that video, I'm like, jumping is the worst because it's like half.
Yeah, I mean, well, plus like it's inhuman. I mean, I know you're supposed to be an adventurer, but like your regular jump is crazy. Like everybody's an NBA athlete, like out of the box practically.
Yeah.
So then you add stuff to it, and it gets crazier.
Yeah, and then in literally the clause, in some circumstances, your GM might allow you to make a strength athletics check to jump higher than you normally can. Like, what?
I'm wearing plate armor, and I just jumped 10 feet in the air.
I just did.
You can extend your hands.
What you didn't know is back home I was the king of the court.
Yeah.
Which is what I kind of do anyways. I do that. I don't really, I mean, I look at jumping rules sometimes, but I tend to, what's realistic, right? Obviously, Maldor is incredibly strong, so I'm assuming this is an easy thing to do. All right. So the boots are going to who?
Maldor.
We agreed Maldor, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Maldor. Yeah, and the Halberd as well, I think.
And
Thanos is going to be able to scout from the sky now if he wants. If it's dark
Only if it's dark.
Yeah.
He hits moonlight, then he crashes and dies.
Well, it's dim light.
The question is Zeph going to mistake him for a vampire and attack him?
Sure.
Dude, he's literally Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon.
All right, and then Thanos is getting the
Flying around
cloak.
like a psycho.
Cloak with the bat to Thanos. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
That works.
Yeah.
Can't wait to polymorph into a bat the first time.
I'll leave it up to you if you're going to attune to it or equip it. It's in your inventory. If you right-click it, you should see a tuned item. Equip item is there. So. And then who is taking the amulet?
I said I'd take it for now. And then
For now?
if we need to change hands.
What color stone does Varys have?
Black.
Ooh.
All right, Varys
Gross.
is in your inventory. So those are all the magical items in this space. Now we come to, I believe, if I had calculated this correct, Thanos. Thanos, you want to explain to me who your favorite enemy is?
Dragons and Fae.
Your passive perception and having a favorite enemy of dragons, your eyes slightly understanding of a draconic layer at this point, taking things under consideration. You can see underneath the treasure hoard as it's being collected and pulled out with your passive perception as well as your favorite enemy here, giving you a slight buff. You can see that embedded into the ice, many feet down underneath the hoard, is an object that similarly represents an egg. You alone see this. No one else can see this.
I will walk up and kind of point it out to Varys in his nice little light bubble here. There's an egg down here. And I'm just going to pull out my crowbar and my hammer and I'm going to start chipping at ice.
Okay, so with a dragon egg, should we destroy it?
I think we take it to the giants and see if they'll give us a reward for it personally.
No.
Yeah, they can destroy it if they want.
Obviously, we raise it and ride into battle.
No.
If it's a white dragon, we saw how well talking to a white dragon goes.
Out of
Or-
character, if you don't give this to Tegan, I'm leaving the campaign.
The world does not need more dragons.
He gets naked and walks into the fire with it and dies and has a real new character.
A dragonborn thinks that there should be no more dragons?
Dragonborn have a very complex history with dragons.
Oh, and I don't know about this world, but I know in Faerun, Dragonborn have absolutely nothing to do with dragons.
They were created as dragon slaves till
Yeah.
they rebelled.
Is that how it works over here?
I don't know. Maybe.
Can I make a history check on how that works? On how what is the history of Dragonborn? I'm sorry,
You got it.
you cut out.
Roll it.
Nice.
24. So that actually depends on the type of dragon that the Dragonborns are born to. So Dragonborns, as far as reproduction and things, they have to go to the dragon necessarily for that if they're looking to have pure offspring. They're essentially gifts, right, that come from the dragon, spawns of the dragon. But not necessarily in rules like, spawning an offspring and things that's complicated. So there's other ways beyond that, but more natural ways. But that's kind of the gist of it. That's how Dragonborns exist as far as the canon goes. So it actually is going to depend on that in this particular world. If a Dragonborn clan or Dragonborns that are a specific color and lie to a dragon, it will depend if they're enslaved or is there any sort of servitude. If the dragon itself demands that. But Dragonborns, when they're brought up, this is more of a nurture thing. It's not that they're by nature that they are commanded or enslaved. It's that by nurture through their clans and through their structures, as well as some of the lack of outside environment that some of these clans have, the fact that they don't exist well within the primary world, right? Talk about society and cultures. That there's no influence of other sorts of freedoms that could have come into that. So that nurture and that culture and that society is just well kept. And, dragon protects them, right? Gives them, like I said, offspring and treasure, and it's a relationship. But is it enslavement? Is it more like serfdom? Is it, right, freedom? Are they just willingly there? Depends on the dragon and also the type.
So how big is this egg? Are we talking like 15 feet tall or like...
Yeah, that's a good question.
So, as you begin to take time in attempting to get this egg out, the egg itself is extremely large. Now that you're able to kind of chisel it out, It is a white dragon egg with white dragon scales and frost. It is slightly below 5 feet in its length and about 4 feet in its width. Or you essentially, if you had a radius right there, it would be half that if it's in that egg-like shape. It moves slightly. You can see the shifting and jiggle of it. And there is a kind of a warmth when you touch it. It weighs roughly 90 pounds.
I could bench that in my sleep.
Maldor. I have an egg.
Yeah, do we
You have
wanna
a
take
what?
anything out with this?
I'm just gonna go into the darkness. I did my part.
The question is, do we want to take this with us, or do we destroy it?
I think giving it to the giants is probably not a bad idea. At least they could.
I take out the stone.
Control
and
it.
hold
How
to
far
it.
away is the giant?
Take out
place?
the stone and you hold it up to the egg, and you can see the claw of the dragon wormling that's inside of it press into the edge. The shadow-like effect slowly begins to fall downwards.
So how far away is the giant compound? If we're traveling by ourselves?
You'd be looking at roughly 4 days of travel if you're looking to go by yourselves, not eaten by the giants. Also, it's going to take most likely tracking and survival, a low check, right? It's not going to be difficult, especially for Thanos. Most likely passive can do it.
We need to start heading out of here soon. So we need to decide whether we're gonna take this with us or not.
And I think that we should take a break. Yeah, I think we'll take a 10-minute break on that note and see, what we're going to do next with this egg. And so if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So 1:30, 6 p.m. PST. And I hope to see you back, see when we get back. So
Bye.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Joining us here as we come into the second hour and 15 or so left of our session time, and coming back with the ill-fated, and we're gonna understand what are we doing with the dragon egg. Oh.
Obviously, we must keep it as a pet.
You gonna carry it around?
No, I'm not nearly strong. I'll just roll it around. It won't get dizzy, I'm sure.
Just gonna push it.
Because me personally, I would either give it to the giants or just leave it here.
I do not think we should leave it alive. That just sounds like waiting for something to bite us in the ass later.
You can decide what to do with it. Just take it to the dragons, see what they say about it.
The giants?
Or yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's like, what was it, like 4 days? Try to get there on our on
We
foot.
have to go there anyways to get the dragon helms made.
Which
I mean,
I do suppose, like I can't do it today because I don't have it prepared. But tomorrow I could prepare sending and say, "Hey, could you send us a ride?"
Yeah, if
Yeah.
we could get the wolves sent, that would be handy. I suppose the first step is to get out of this cave and then figure out the rest.
Yeah.
Wipe some melting ice off of my face.
Listen, the egg. This thing, if we bring it to the giants, it's done. It doesn't have a chance.
Right.
When I was a child, living in the streets, on my own, starving, cold, begging for people to help me, I wasn't given a chance.
So you would
It's a
like to
noble
leave
sentiment.
it here?
Presumably, you didn't eat people when you were hungry, though.
Do we know if white dragons tend to lean more evil or more animalistic in normal circumstances?
Flat intelligence check advantage.
Wait, who?
Thanos.
That's what alt for advantage, right?
What are these rolls?
That's what's funny.
Oh my god.
You know what's funny is they actually want to get away from this automatic success for natural 20s, by the way. The playtest.
That's a terrible
It's a terrible thing to do, I know. So we come into the nat 20 here. So you know that in history, dragons that are chromatic are evil dragons, as they do evil acts and evil deeds, either enslaving servants, dragonborn, destroying towns and villages, gathering treasure hoards, attacking magical places of power, even attacking other draconic layers to fight for territory. Right? Nowhere in that history does it ever state that a baby dragon or wordling dragon does any of that. All of them are adults or young. They're grown. They speak. They have intelligence.
So
Wormlings are without much speech. They don't have very well developed within their minds. They'd actually, no wormling in your history text is able to kind of communicate in that way, except in draconic, very simple terms. So in a way, Thanos, you would imagine that this, whatever is in the egg, if it's a wormling, which is what you imagine it's going to become, courtesy of what dragons shape and what they're noted in Arcana and history, it will be, by the very term, a baby. And will have a very limited speech pattern, will have kind of animalistic behaviors. The question in your mind, Thanos, would be, is it tameable like an animal, or will it be wild and cannot be tamed? And the only thing that you have to go off for that answer is watching Tegan use the stone to command the dragon prone.
So, Look, guys, chromatic dragons tend to be very evil. Tegan, the only way that we take that with us is if you think the stone will work on it. Or we just take it to the giants.
See, my question about the whole evil thing, though, is because I don't know anything about dragons, so I'm just theorizing here. Is that like a learned thing? Like they learn from their parents, this is how we should be because this is awesome? Or is that like instinctual?
I would imagine it's a mixture of both. I would imagine it's a desire for them to be as powerful and as dominant as possible, while also learning from their parents that this is how they do things. So,
Listen, I'm not
even-
saying that this is a done deal. We take the thing and we try to take care of it, but it deserves a chance.
Tegan,
That-
here's
that's-
the problem we have here is that we have to decide right now if we're going to take it with us, and then what do we do with it?
We can't leave it, otherwise, space means very little to Damodar, and clearly dragons are his.
Yeah, he would
Instruments
just
of
likely
death.
wind up in the service of our enemy. The thing is, we are going to see the giants. If we take the egg, it's not like we can smuggle a 5-foot tall egg into the giants' territory without them knowing that we're carrying it, and they will kill it. We cannot leave it here. So it seems that the options are kill it ourselves, take it to the giants, they kill it, or try and make it hatch now, and that could be the chance that you want to give it. That's the best chance it's got.
Or we bypass the giants altogether and go to Othema.
Then we skip out on the chance of maybe getting our dragon armor crafted by.
Yeah, we will be dragging a cartload of dragon parts into Othema.
Is it naive to say? Is it naive to say that there wouldn't be someone in Othema that would be able to do something with this?
I mean, maybe.
It would probably take us a while to get anywhere with giants or Athena, because since we're all the dragon high is being carried on the floating disc, and we're automatically having to take 10 minutes every hour for Varys to recast.
It's a harsh journey. I mean, it's going to be tough, but it's doable. I mean,
Question:
there's
How
nothing that's going to stop you from making that journey.
how rough is the terrain?
You're in a mountainous terrain, but you do have.
Well, my reason I ask is, would it be realistic? Do we think if we tried making something like a rickshaw or not rickshaw, the thing that you drag behind
Sled.
you, sled, yeah,
You'd
something
make a
basically
sled.
like take it maybe a couple of the larger or longer bones, some hide, and whip something together and put it.
I mean, you
on
wouldn't
that.
even need to use the dragon parts for that. You have a ranger in your party here that is perfectly capable of helping guide you make snowshoes in this environment. You have the intelligence enough to make a sled out of sticks and branches and rope that you all have. You can literally go out into the mountains outside of this area and just make that stuff and then go. So I will answer your question here to your possible out of character, right? Just in general. If you attempt to take the journey to Othema, just say we don't need to go back to the giants. There's two things. First is that you have evidence that magical weapons and there are blacksmiths out there, as Maldor is currently in possession of a Justicar halberd that seems to be magically welded. There's things about that Kultil obviously is a mystical, magical forger that is capable of doing a lot of things, and most likely will be able to make the items you want, and could do them at free of charge, which is amazing. But Kultil is not the only blacksmith or smith that has capabilities of making magical things or working with oddities. Does Othema have that? I can't answer that for you. You do have a party member that has been to Othema, and Thanos, you would know after staying there for a little bit, that there is Rudolph's weapons and arms. This individual is a blacksmith and a master blacksmith. They're not a journeyman, not an apprentice, they're a master. So they could have the capabilities. You never really visit the shop, though. The second part to your question is, can we make the journey there? And yes, it just takes time. That's all it is. You have a ranger, it's able to fetch food for you all. You all have plenty of rations and stores that are able to eat per day. In addition to that, you have rid this area of a dragon that would pose you harm. And the spawns of this dragon have yet to even attack you. So, who knows what happened to the spawns? They could have scurried off. They could be lying in wait. They could whatnot. But evidence would show that they have yet to bother you, and then they might not bother you on your journey south as you leave this area.
After helping the giants, achieve Nimthong, hopefully, right? Wouldn't we naturally just want to return to them and celebrate? Isn't that...
What's the intelligence of your character, Stephen?
Excellent question. 10.
10. Okay, that's average intelligence. Nimsong, the pact, was formed to slay Javarig and the spawns of Javarig. That egg would mean Nimsong is still intact.
That means the king is still alive.
The other thing is, if Nimsong ends, they start raiding again.
Well, most of them die. They've been held in immortality to complete this quest. We will actually be ridding the world of dragons and angry frost giants.
I think we could talk about this for 2 hours. I think at this point we put it up to a vote before it gets too dark and we can't travel anyway.
Belt of frost giant strength.
I think that's a good idea.
Before we
What's
take a
position are we
vote,
voting on?
I want to try one thing.
Okay.
I want to walk up to the egg and hold the stone and try to focus on the stone and communicate it like I commuted with Ethrin.
Let's make an intelligence saving throw.
Nice.
Stone, feel a warmth to it, the connection begin to form a bond between. The thoughts are surface level. You should be able to kind of see through communication. Not much. You feel emotions, essentially. A fright emotion, primarily riddled with a variety of other things. Hunger is one of them. But language, words spoken to you, Ethrin did, are not coming to you.
It's afraid, man. I can feel it.
Its dead
It's just-
father is right there.
It's just a kid. It's a scared, hungry little kid.
That is not a kid.
It's
Carnivorous dragon.
your thing.
It's not a
Yeah,
person.
you're trying to relate your past to a wild animal. This isn't comparable. What happened to you is awful, but this thing is a dragon that by nature is evil. And as much as I do value your morality, I think it's misplaced by your ego.
Would you care this much if it was a cow? Or a chicken?
Tegan, you hear the slight voice. Papa, can you hear me?
Oh.
Just kidding.
Oh my
Just kidding.
Kill
Just
it!
kidding.
Kill it!
Just
Well,
kidding.
A couple of things. One, this is a unhatched dragon. It hasn't done anything to anyone yet. Also, regarding the cow metaphor, not even close to the same thing, because as opposed to those, we know for a fact that this creature, if given the time and chance, will become one day an intelligent creature that will speak.
And eat people.
Yeah.
Okay, would you care if it was a bear?
Cows would
Or
speak
what?
to
Or would
Thanos.
would you care? Like, it's the equivalent of like an intelligent monster.
Also, I spoke to a goat.
Yeah.
I will intercede just a little bit to help with your conversation in direction, and I think that this comes into maybe a philosophy, right, philosophical approach, but when you have something that the world perceives because they have no evidence to contradict that, then you can never take the other side of that view because you have nothing to experience the other side, right? So there's nothing that would tell you unless, or provide evidence for, unless you got to witness that, the other side of the point. So if you had a dragon, that, yeah, it tells a monster, but raised, nurtured, loved, taught not to harm people, not to eat people, and raised to be that, could that be the evidence that's never happened so that people see that perspective? That comes into the nature versus nurture. How much of this dragon is inherently
This is
born to it?
also what probably my biggest objection to taking it with us is that, say we skip the giants, right? We take it to Othema. Where do we keep it?
You're still carrying a 5-foot tall egg through the city gates. They're gonna know what it is. They may well just kill it instantly as well.
Kill
you
it
can't
and then kill
smuggle this
you
thing.
for trying to bring it into their city.
Yeah, it's not discreet. And
I could
we don't have
fly
no
it
idea.
over the wall.
As
Now
a
you
bat?
can leave it here and let it have its chance to.
Yeah, but its chance will be to come
live.
kill us later. That's out of the question.
Yeah, we are not leaving it here. That is not on the table.
I just feel like we bring it back.
Also,
They don't-
Also, not killing it or bringing it to the giants is effectively making an enemy of that entire clan of giants who live forever.
anyway, we got to get out of here. So should we just?
Yeah. Let's take our vote then. I'm in favor of bringing it back to the Giants.
Same.
I don't see what we can do with it.
Likewise.
I vote the same.
I vote bringing it with us regardless of where we go. Not giving to the Giants necessarily. We can have that discussion with them.
Yeah.
Okay. Back
I
to
would
the
like to
Giants
see you
is
keep
then.
it from them.
Back to the Giants we go.
How long's the journey?
The journey you're looking at roughly. 4
Oh,
days.
also, didn't our rope bridge get chewed in half?
It did, but
There
there's
might be an
not.
alternate path.
Could be an alternate path. Remember that they described to you, Wolfsing Volsong described to you that this path was not only the quickest path, but also the least likely to have been suspected of travel. So you could easily go and find a spot where the river is more thin. Could be a spot with hiking through to the tributary and around. There could be natural formations. So there's always opportunities to get across something as long as you can find that. So I wouldn't propose that's going to be too big of a hindrance, and I calculate that into the travel time, which is what I put 4 days at.
Well, yeah, so let's head back and celebrate and challenge them to another drinking competition.
Tegan's carrying the egg.
Okay. So you all begin to pass through that particular spot, right? That tunnel.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's the only way out, really.
I'm going to go and activate this here. All right. So you begin to trek outwards of the actual tunnel, and this tunnel itself begins to spiralize in similar fashion to the other one. It has a western approach to it. It's an ice tunnel, so there's flowing drips of water that's melting in the process of melting about you. And eventually, that melting somewhat subsides, and you maybe reach more natural ice formations. None of you are really impeded by this, just simply because the ice itself is rough and it's carved in by the large amounts of talons of these creatures and things, and there's a level of disturbance upon the ice in dramatic fashion. You're also noticing, Thanos, with survival, with your tracking ability passively, you can see that these creatures have actually come down the tunnel, a large amount of them, and then the tracks themselves turn and go in opposite direction, headed back perhaps to where they entered in from. You spend many hours on this journey. This is difficult to kind of fathom how much distance you've gone, but some hours have traversed, and you eventually reach out, and you're actually in the base of that trench. So the trench that you have jumped over to get into the cavern itself. So down that trench is where you're exiting out of. It's through a natural formation or a crack that leads into that ravine, that entrenchment of ice and rock and snow. Snow softly falling down. There's a little bit of a pitch of a wind, but it's mainly protected. And you're looking about the space, you could see that there are dozens of these creatures that have turned into icicles, large kind of spikes that have been slain. They have essentially fell down from above. They are landing. And you can see a number of tracks headed in the directions to and fro around you. And as you listen with your passive perceptions and attempt to hear, you only hear a slight creaking of ice, which is natural movement of the melting that is happening from the backside and erosion that may be sinking down. And you don't hear anything else. There's no other noises besides that. As you kind of gauge what to do next, you either take your passive survival, Thanos, to get you back, or you can make an active check if you'd like.
I'll just take my passive. We're in the mountains. That should be plenty.
Taking your passive, you do know from the river that runs from south to north that this used to be flowing water. It used to be. So you begin to head south in the entrenchment, aim to get to a higher elevation, perhaps a thinner part of that river where you first cross, and you begin to head out for the remainder of the time. Moving through some of the tracks then disperse. Many of them are actually going upwards of the ravine, and the icicles of the bodies eventually subside. We now reach a time of roughly 10 o'clock or so, right? So the overcast forming from the snow, and then that's transitioning from the daylight to the moon. You can see that gloom coming from the overcast. The temperature is beginning to drop. It's cold. And you're still in the ravine. You're still in that entrenchment as you begin to head, and it's winding. It's a variety of what you're doing, and you've kind of felt that you've left that fishbowl-like effect at this point from the actual kind of peak that forms in that cavern. So you've left that fishbowl-like effect, and you're more of a down scope. So you've gone down a little bit, gone up, mainly down, and you're anticipating at this juncture that you're going to reach an area where the ravine is ending, as the actual cliff walls are slowly dropping in that elevation as well. And so you're kind of coming out perhaps into an open area in the next day and the next hours, but feel relatively safe. The width of the entrenchment is roughly 25 to 30 feet, so it's actually growing outwards as well. And there's nothing about you with your passive perceptions. You don't see anything. You're all tired from the fight, from the arduous journey, amounts of treasure that you've been dragging along, as you've also had to pause for ritual casting of the disc. And it's the perfect time to camp.
And whereabouts on the map are we? Where is this?
So this is the let's see, this is the peak right here. So this is kind of what you're moving to. And so instead of heading in this direction, you're coming downwards, and then you're gonna go over. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So everything's pretty micro in scale, in a way.
Yeah.
So I'll put you like that at this point.
All right. So resting, I assume.
Yeah, you have the dome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
so-
just checking before popping it up. But if we are, then yeah, I'll take a few 10 minutes and pop up tiny hut.
Okay. It's taking some time. Ritual casting, eventually Tiny Hut comes, and the wind immediately subsides. Just faintly hear the creaking of ice around you and comfortable temperatures about the space. Warm and inviting. All take a long rest. If there's things you want to talk about or do.
Imagine it's a tiny bit cramped with the egg in here too.
I'm outside with the egg.
You're not going to be inside?
I'm immune to cold damage. There's no point of being. The weather doesn't affect me.
Are you immune to polar bear damage?
I mean, you may be immune to cold damage, doesn't mean you're comfortable.
I mean,
I'm-
Michael
I
literally
mean,
said,
even besides the actual cold, I mean, just the wind, even if cold or not.
Tegan doesn't feel the cold, doesn't have a presence about it. This is relatively on the same level of the giants and how they are emitting as well as the wolves. Feels like everyone's just resting, not really much to talk about, right? Just on the journey.
It's a long day.
So this is where I get to fast travel in the game. So since we have kind of several days in this journey as we're traveling, it is going to be terrain that you're not moving through. Nothing here allows you to be capable of learning skills from each other, languages, as you really have to focus on the task ahead of hiking on the mountainside through the trails. It takes time, takes your skills, takes your energy, so you can't be doing other things during this travel time. But I'm going to go ahead and advance the clock and advance the time, because there's no sense in really to. So we're gonna come to it ish 9:30 in the morning, roughly of the first of the next month. Okay. All right. So this journey that you partake in, I'm gonna give you a description of what this journey is and what's going on. So as you begin to take the journey and what you see, you don't come outwards of the ravine of the entrenchment position, and eventually you come to a large kind of flat area similar to Jotunvarg. We have the kind of fjord type area, right, where there's massive amounts of entrenchments. Since there's a lower angle there's pooling of water that is somewhat frozen, but not really, and that pool itself kind of feeds into the river of which you've crossed previously. So now you're at kind of a point where the river is quite thin but very deep. There's multiple pieces of evergreen trees and other sorts of things and thickets that grow about this lake, feeding off the water around. And some of those trees can be used to topple down, cut down, and maybe throw across naturally by having them come over across. And even a couple of the trees naturally have fallen down over time. Using that, you can go around over top of the river, right, get across, or you can just go around the lake, right? That large kind of body of water fit into that lower point of where you're at on the bluff. Your choice. So eventually you get across those obstacles. You do have a variety of wildlife. There's caribou up here, reindeer. There are kind of a mixture of bears and other things that you're seeing. There's also large winged creatures, type like eagles and hawks and whatnot that you're seeing. And you're really on the lookout for the millipede insectoid-like creatures, and you're attempting to essentially perceive those. And nothing that you have come to in this journey is you're really aligning yourself on a ridge line, working through switchbacks to another ridge line, working on switchbacks to another ridge line, and gradually decreasing your elevation and keeping safe, it seems that these creatures like flat pieces of land, flat areas that they can tunnel through and work through. That tunneling outwards like this would mean utter disaster for such a large creature like that. So you have the advantage of keeping safe from that type of creature just because of the verticality of the terrain you're working with here. And that also speaks true as the last time that you encountered this creature, you were on a massive mileage of flat area, and it kind of came upwards to the networks of those ravines. Right? So now you've kind of come out of that region, you feel safe, you encountered before, and you continue to press on. Resting a couple different times, so you incur more long rests here. Camping out, spending the tiny hut, getting away through the blizzard conditions, the harshness. Thanos is able to guide you and track, as well as catch a few hares, until about 6 or 7 to feed you all. Thickets and berries are able to be collected underneath the snow level. You're also able to climb up into some of the trees and get eggs from some of the birds that nest in here. And you are able to sustain yourself without even using a single ration and moving through even a quickened pace through this environment. Courtesy of Thanos.
Thanos, you're incredible.
And also keeping safe from creatures. So, eventually we get back to Monsag, entering in from the eastern side on the morning of this day, as you've rested, getting an early start, about 5 a.m. or so. The sun is just coming up, the wind howling, the overcast of snow is getting quite thick. You begin to press in from the eastern side, working yourself down from the cliff sides. You even have to break out your rope sometimes to help rappel, but it's manageable. You're able to kind of get down, use the rope, eventually working together, getting the tensor's disc as well, maybe using that up and down, and you get to a point of coming into this place on the eastern side. The giants themselves begin to stare at you as you're passing in through the thick snow that's billowing around, and they kind of look towards you, and they're just staring with wide eyes, some of which are going to a knee, they're caressing the hands, they're looking upon you and staring in disbelief that you have returned, and you have returned with an egg. As they stare and look into disbelief, the eyes are on the egg as they follow through. No one's saying any words. No one's stopping you. No one's impeding you. No one's attacking you. No one's being defensive. They're also looking potentially for other giants that accompanied you on this journey and haven't returned. And so they're wondering as they're muttering and talking to themselves, and they're shifting their weight and through the trees and crashing to the actual roads and the pathways and the trails that they have designed here. And eventually you get towards the gate, the palisade gate there in the wall, and you begin to press in towards the Great Hall. Transition the time of that journey. You also pass by the forge at this time, right? You can see the forge in the distance towards the north. You use Nimsong, which is a large kind of long house, an ale house. There's kitchen stuff, ovens and things, underground areas towards the south of that area. There's a whole landing, balcony scape, this log cabin-like structure around. There's many giants in Nimsong. They're drinking their festivities. A lot of them are playing games with dice and other sorts of things. And so they're all staring at you as you cross that massive log bridge that goes with the semi-frozen river that Nimsong is built over. Again, no one interacting, no one talking to you. There's no gifts. There's no people handing you things that they were before. They're just staring. Pass into the Great Hall. The giants are eating, drinking, trading. A lot of them dispersed in this space. The table no longer there. As you do approach the Great Hall, pushing through some of the giants, they actually have to kind of clear out space and not squish you. So they're kind of moving out of the way, and many of them are looking towards the egg, and they're staring, they're looking and talking amongst themselves, and you continue to press forward, eventually reaching this particular map at the center of the Great Hall, and you can see that the king is currently speaking with Levrus slightly, and then mutters to a few different papers, and he grabs a large bone of some creature and kind of puts it into Levrus's mouth, and Levrus kind of runs off with it into the distance of the crowd towards the west. Then turns and looks towards you as you all make way, and stands up to greet you, and then stops slightly, and looks and squints, and then grabs the large great axe that they have, which begins to glow in frost, and begins to step forward over top of the ruined stone throne. Points the great axe in your direction. "What is this?"
Well, when we defeated the beast, there was an egg, and we thought it best to see it return to you, and you decide what to do with it.
I decide what is best to do with that egg.
We thought that the glory of completing Nimsong belonged to King Ilfrin, and no other.
So then Ithrin has been slain.
Indeed he
Yes.
has.
As well as the three that accompanied us.
They died honorably.
Then they dine in the halls of Thrym. They are finally put to rest, where they belong to live their true life. They have served with honor, and they have died with purpose. If Ithrin is slain, then we must imagine that egg is the last of Javarag's spawn. We will put an end to their line once and for all. No longer will white dragons sprawl this world. Lay the egg before you, and I will remove it.
If I may, King, obviously the decision is yours, but I would beseech you to give this egg a chance. It is but an unhatched baby. It has not done harm to anyone in this world.
Give this egg a chance. A white dragon that could plague my people. Slaughter us all, as Javarik and their spawn has done, including Ithrin, which seems to have prized this egg wherever you found it in the vicinity.
My king, is there any possible way for Nimsong to be completed without killing this egg?
Nimsong will only be completed is the gift of Thrym that sustains our eternal life. So we will slay these dragons and remove them. It is the purpose of the pact and our magic. If you will not remove the egg yourselves, you will give it to me and I will destroy it.
If we remove the egg from these lands, does that still meet the expectations of Nimsong? Or does it-
Nimsong is only achieved when all of Javarag's spawn are slain.
Tegan, we voted on this. Give him the egg.
We voted to bring him to the giant. We're still discussing it.
If you are still discussing it, then you have laid claim to the egg. As law of Thrym dictates, those who slay are rewarded all spoils, and no other can lay claim. Choose your words carefully, chosen one. Are you laying claim to this egg?
Unless y'all want to fight in Zeph's head, and then I'm gonna repeat it into Tegan's right afterwards. If you want to fight every dragon, every giant here, unless you want to do that, give them this egg. We're not walking out of here alive if we don't.
Incorrect. Passive perception's quite high, hearing your whispering conversation. Staring intently, looking at you. You are unfamiliar with giant law. As such, I will educate you, chosen ones. If you lay claim to this spoil, it is yours and yours alone, by the right of Thrym. We cannot harm you for taking what is rightfully yours. But we also do not need to ally ourselves with you and aid you. No longer will you be welcome in Monsec, or any of our kind.
May I ask you another question, King? Your oath. Does every descendant of Ethan have to be slain or simply removed as a threat?
The words of Thrym are clear. When Javarik was an elder great worm and plagued our people, it dwindled our numbers to the very thousands you see, but we controlled the Frosthorn Mountains. There was no others that were able to lay claim. No monster was able to thrive. Our raids went far and wide. Javarik cut us down, slaughtered us. It was an agreement, not only with Thrym to give us gifts, to allot us the very need to continue to slay, so that none other of Javarik's would come do what it had done. It's magic. It's unfamiliar to you all. I understand. This pact, this oath, this vow cannot be undone. It is eternal, as is my life, until it is achieved. And the words are clear, in the voice of Thrym. All spawn of Javarik. If not, for the prophecy of you chosen ones, told by this wizard who helped us slay Javarik, then you, smallings, would never step foot in this place, nor would any of us allow you to live.
Bear in mind, their compatriots died helping us achieve this, and would not have survived without due diligence on whether or not to disrespect their sacrifice.
Also, we're stopping them from completing a pact that they've
That's
been serving out forever.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, honestly, at the moment. Is while I fully agree that the egg should be given a chance, all things being equal, all things aren't equal, because at the same time we would also be condemning them, the giants, from having peace.
I agree.
Because I don't know. It's neither choice is good. But and as much as I think the egg needs a chance, I'm not sure the one egg outweighs this entire clan and their lives.
I don't think it does. Very plainly.
King.
And they sacrificed men to give us the opportunity to even make this choice.
Honestly, they fulfilled their purpose on their vow to help us. So that's honestly, it's not a factor in my thought. It's the rest of the clan that still lives.
Are we doing another vote?
I have a question for the king first. This wizard, did he give you a name, and did he tell you that we would help you complete Nim Song, or that we would kill Ithrin?
The prophecy told by this wizard named Magello that you would come, chosen ones, and slay the spawn of Javarik. You would help us to achieve Nimsong.
Interesting. Magel's an interesting fellow.
Well, I personally would really like to give them the egg. And I don't think I can move off of that. But I don't know. I feel like they've only done right by us. They fed us. They helped us complete our mission. And they've welcomed us back without harming us. I feel like, one
And they
favor
gave
to
you
them.
the very stone that you used to do all of this.
The axe strikes into the stone, splintering the wood. He looks. Decide! Do you lay claim to it?
Alright, let's vote. Do it now.
I think it's basically down to Thanos, because I think everyone else is in favor of, for one reason or another, giving it to them.
Oh, Thanos was gonna shoot it in the cave, dude. Just give them the egg.
Or not Thanos, Tegan,
Tegan.
yeah.
Yeah.
He names.
The other T.
Tegan falls to his knees and he looks up at the sky. Says, Almighty Thrym, your blessing carried us to slay the spawn of the Great One. Our task has been carried out, fulfilled our end. I ask but one favor, to spare the life of this spawn and end Nim's song. If that is not within your power, I shall give up this egg and let the prophecy be fulfilled. But I will be eternally in your debt if you will spare this egg.
No answer comes to you. No lights, no magical effect.
I lay the egg down and I walk away.
I need the words, chosen one.
We forsake the claim of the egg. It is in your care.
But I lay claim to it as King Ylfing of Monsac by my right. It will be destroyed, and Nimsong will be achieved. As the king walks down from space, takes out the large leg, smashes the egg into the stone floor. One fell swoop, it is crushed. Splintering of scale and juices of the egg begin to flow underneath, spilling into the cracks of the bedrock floor. King looks up. See a tiny little dragon wormlet squished bones, things out. King takes the large hand, swooping up as much as he can, throws it into the lava as it begins to burn, dissipate, crawls to the bolted rock. Crowd cheers. Sees the king. Looks to you all in hands. Chosen ones, always be allowed in Monsac. You are now Frost Giant and loyal followers of Thrym. The halls will be open when you perish to live a second life. That is your choice. Your loyalty does not go unanswered. Towards Tegan. You called to Thrym. You asked for favor. That is not what we do for Thrym. We only serve Thrym so that we sit down for our actual lives in their hall. Thrym, in return for that service and loyalty, gives us the gifts that we need to achieve it.
We do not request these, and we do not expect it. As the king clambers back up top, lifting themselves. The only remnants is the visceral goo, flesh, what was inside the egg, laying on the floor. Up the Great Hall. Sees the king begins to become weathered in the face. Splinters, wrinkles, age begins to form. Slowly closes the eyes and opens them. I can feel it. It is done. Rip. Lavrus! Lavrus comes from the crowd. Soft frost crown. Slowly sets it down to the side, riddled with draconic bones. Stow this to the Jarl that achieves victory in combat by death. Chosen ones, I bid you farewell, and on to my eternal life I go, halls of thrill. Skin begins to disappear, slowly falling into ashes, begins to pull apart the skin and flesh. Takes the axe once more, stomps it down into the stone to embed it as the frost begins to fill the space. Closing their eyes, slowly lowering their head. The body itself is cold, the ashes flowing, dazzling blue little lights, twinkles begin to grab at them. They float towards the ceiling of the Great Hall. The king is no more. Sees many of the giants in space are no longer there, disappearing in the same lights throughout. Slowly picks up this massive mouth, products, bones, gems, ice, picks it up. Patchwork armor that is upon many of the giants falling towards the ground. Weapons and axes falling towards the ground. It's twinkling noises and scraping of stone and smashing those objects into creates echo-like effects inside of this open space. The axe is still there. The belt of the king falling down. The beautiful glinting mystical frost armor falling down. It's iconic white, iconic bones. It's just all lumps down. Across these splinterings of the stone throne have smashed by the king a week or so ago. Lepers to grab again that large crown just kind of drags a little bit. It's too heavy. It's to bark outwards. The pack begins to form around the pile of king's items and possessions. Sheer moments, hear the crashing of tables and the yelling of giants. As Lavrus and the pack begin to form around the goods, hear Lavrus slowly talking giant as the giants begin to fight amongst themselves. Plans, colorations of their patchwork armor, showcasing their allegiance as they begin to fight in the Great Hall, killing each other. Others looking around as the stomping of giants begins to occur, crashing and smashing of objects.
yelling, the grunting, and the fighting. Some of the objects are thrown, smashing, splintering. Fight slowly spilling even into this space. What do you all do?
I'm going to probably go approach Loros just to have a chat.
Suspect it's about to get very dangerous in here.
I think we go talk to the blacksmith and then leave.
Yeah, I'll.
Goddamn idiots. Their king united them to a cause and brought peace amongst their people. The second he dies, fucking savages. Tegan walks out.
With the disc, I'm gonna start to make my way towards the blacksmith with whoever wants to come.
I'll follow along with a giant mug of ale, too big for me to almost carry.
The crashing of giants, the thunderous smashing of their axes and throwing of objects is incredibly dangerous for those leaving this space. You attempting to get out is difficult, as you're having to navigate around their feet, moving at exceptional speeds. You're control the disc and attempting to navigate around. None of them are attacking you, but they're also not caring that you're there any longer. As they're moving and thrashing, you notice one about ready to stomp down, looks towards you and moves the foot to the other side, then gets hit by an axe, splintering their jaw across, and they tumble down to the ground, shaking, unable to really kind of maintain your space. You're now having to move, running at this point. Zeph, you approach Levrus up above on the balcony above, surrounding the king's items. What is it?
I'm just curious, what happens with you and your pack after this?
We are bred by magic. Draconic blood fills our veins. It's used by Thrym to make us. We are servants to the king, and the king alone. That is what we were created for. That is what we will do. Till the next king is elected by bloodshed. It may never happen.
And the
Plans
next
might
king is...
move off, as they did before Nimsog was formed. After all, Monsag never existed without Nimsog.
So what if there ends up being no king? What then for you?
That we have no master, and continue to protect the crown.
Well, after this day, would it be alright contacting you occasionally to find out how things go?
Of course, chosen one. As the king has stated, you are always welcome.
Alright then. And I guess I'll slowly make my way after my group.
So, are you all at this point leaving the Great Hall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just waiting for Zeph. I'm going to leave him by himself.
You should ask Levrus if any of those items the king left behind could be claimed by us, or
Yeah,
would
maybe
be
that's
useful.
all going to the king, whoever that ends up being.
I feel like we'd have to fight all the giants for that. That might be a bit much.
I think it would have been one-on-one combat. Maldor probably could have fought a giant.
I consider
As you
that.
pass out the Great Hall, dodging and weaving and running. Again, they do not care, but they also do not want to harm you. Right, so there's a little bit of a split here. You eventually get outside of the Great Hall. As you come outwards, you see that they are fighting each other out here. There's thrashing and crashing of trees. You see fires beginning to spring into the distance. Some of their lodging, shelters, structures. Palisade gate of contention. You see they're beginning to try to shut it some as they're being attacked. Variety of different colors of these clans, noting that there are dozens of them. Fight amongst them, yelling and shouting, and directions and orders come from plenty. You begin to make way towards Kultil. Heading across Nimsong, which is currently on fire. The ceiling of the kitchen itself spilling over on the southern side, encroaching flames. You have to be careful. There's choking of smoke. This lower distance. These are small. Smoke is thick. Giants are unencumbered by that. They can't necessarily see you. They also don't use the bridge, so as you go across, you're relatively unharmed. You have to not move through a lot of things. Crashing of tables, splintering of shelves, destruction of objects. Eventually, you get to the blacksmith, Kultil, who is continuing their work. There's no fighting around the blacksmith. See, it seems like this is going to be okay. Shouting of these giants, the crashing of trees in the distance. Come into that open area, approaching the floating disc. Kultil glowing lit with the veinwork of the blue, scars and the runes. It's working on a large, massive axe. Smashing. Over and over. Crashing. Moves to the lava forge to heat up. Pulls it out. Continues to work. Pays you all no attention as you make way into the massive open space that can't be covered with hide and leathers.
Hey, Kultil.
Stops and turns and looks towards you, the eyes glowing of blue. Chosen ones. You are here.
Yeah. Bit of excitement outside.
As the hammers together as they morph into a great hammer and holds it and stomps it to the ground.
We would like you to make us some armor if you're willing to. And then I'll bring the floating disc to him and drop the remains in front of him.
What armor do you need me to make?
So we have enough for 5 Dragonheims and 1 dragon armor? Is that how that works?
Lucar had his own dragon helm, so it's 6 in 1.
Yeah, 6
Yep, so
helmets
I'll
and then a dragon armor.
To the pile.
We were hoping that you could make us each a set of dragon helm and 1 set of dragon armor.
And what draconic armor will I be making?
Maldor or Lucar, that's you guys are the front line.
Essentially, whoever wants the armor modified. That's the question.
Yeah, he needs an existing piece of armor to build off of, right?
Correct.
We do who's getting it basically is
Yeah, that's the question.
Well, I mean, I think if it was either of us, it would be plate. But I don't know if either of us actually have plate to modify. But I mean, it could also be light armor for some of the people who are light armor.
Bro, I did have him give me plate last time.
Oh, you do have plate. Okay.
so probably you then. Your armor. Plus it would
Yeah.
go with your aesthetic.
Yeah. Yeah, because I looked up the stats. Like it would only be +1 AC out of character for me, which isn't a huge boost.
Dragonborn with a dragon sword and dragon armor. Checks out.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
don't
would
forget the
be-
dragon helmet.
And a helm, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that works.
Okay. So you're requesting that the plate armor be modified on Lucar to have that kind of white draconic scale mail type properties to it, which will be there. So come back into character here. Will be done, chosen ones. It will require all day and into the night to make what you request. You will be safe here. This does not owe itself my forge to any allegiance of any clan. It will not bother you here.
Plus, everyone knows better than to trash your blacksmith's place.
It is not as simple as that. No one would dare challenge me.
You have no desire to be king then. Seems like could be an easy fit.
My service is to Thrym itself. I am come from a long line of ancestors from the deity. That is where my mystical forge abilities arrive. It's from my blood and the runes I inscribe.
I raise my giant mug that I carried with me to him and say, "We're glad for your friendship."
Skull.
Oh,
May I ask if I can sit upon your shoulder while you work and just observe at a closer angle?
That is what you wish. Then that will be done. Rest
I
out
would
here where it
appreciate-
is warm, or rest in there where it is cold. Choice. But I work. Is there anything else?
Do I have a ring you can enchant? Probably.
Not unless you can create a belt like the one your king wore.
Lowers the hand down, picks the hands on the shoulders. That belt was something. Requires a number of giants, their blood and strength. King is only possession of this belt because he slayed a number of jarls of giants to assume the throne thousands of years ago. It's not something I could do.
I suspected as much.
If you can, I don't know if you have the material for it, but if you could maybe make a ring of protection, a ring with a protection enchantment, I would appreciate that. But
Do not have
If
any
you-
mastery over the arcane. I am unable to do so.
okay, that's all I asked then.
Takes the hammer, splits it to two. And take the tiny parts. The hammers themselves begin to shrink in size. Begins to work on the small, little, tiny parts. of This giant, tiny little hammers. always a good one to think about. Okay, so this is going to be obviously throughout the rest of the day and then the next night. So this is going to be working and going through. So I'm just going to go ahead and start dragging the helms into your inventory.
I'll just Can I take a long rest so I get my hit dice back?
Yeah, you can take a long rest if you're wanting to do that. I mean, obviously we took 4 days to get here anyways, so you had a lot of resting happening.
But yeah, I was just trying to
Oh.
fill the rest of my hit dice back up.
Yep, I'm gonna take one of the ones we took then.
right. So I believe I have them. Oh no. All right, you should see them in your inventory. So the only thing the effect does is just a +1 to the AC. That's all it's going to do. So hopefully when you equip that, it should do it. And then the advantage on the Frightful Presence is just something you're going to have to be aware of and when it happens, which is very rare, right? So you'll just have to take it in stride. If you don't get the +1 to AC, then they most likely change the flags for this effect because I made this item a
Yeah, it
long,
worked for
long
me.
time ago. So
Yeah,
same
that
shit.
worked.
should work. All right.
Yeah, it occurs to me that I actually can get better armor. I mean, not from Clotilde, but next time we have a chance. 'Cause I didn't get medium armor, so.
It also says advantage on saving throws against that type of dragon's breath weapon, so that would have been if it was like a ice dragon.
Yeah,
and
no.
then
Here, let me see here.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
might drag-
Zeph,
I might
you
have
should have
dragged
picked up
the wrong
chainmail.
item in. I dragged the wrong item in. Okay. That's the old rendition of it. Okay. I've changed this item up a few times. This is probably in a past crafting thing. Any with the stuff. Is this the right one? Yeah, it's like the same. It's the same picture. That's funny. Okay. I mean, it really doesn't matter at that point. Just talking about language. But yeah, I'll make sure the right one's in.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if like it was another effect that we didn't realize or something.
It's just a difference of additions. I always keep my old stuff. I don't try to remove it, so it's the same logo when I search for it in the compendium.
Oh yeah,
Same name.
so I was wondering, so if you're wearing the amulet of proof against detection and location, can people still cast sending to you?
Yeah, it's only protection against things that can locate.
Locate.
Okay.
Locate and perceive you in space.
Yeah, so like locate person or clairvoyance or.
Does it even stop divine intervention?
Probably not.
Ish.
Divine intervention like commune? No, that's not. That's not going to stop that.
Would it stop see invisibility since that is a divination spell?
I'll get the item.
Gotta love the 5e rules as written discussions.
It's all just language at that point, trying to figure out if it passes over to that stuff or not. Both True Seeing and See Invisibility are divination spells, so they would have no effect. Senses that are natural, such as True Sight, or granted by items, are not considered spells, thus you are not protected with them, unless the item specifically states that you cast a spell. Or is based on specific terms such as scrying. So
That's
your
pretty big,
robe
man,
of
if I go
eyes still work. But so yeah, if you had if you went invisible, right, and you had the amulet on, then see invisibility would not work, or true sight, through any
pretty
sort
good.
of spell would not work. Yeah, that has no impact on Thanos because yours is not a spell of invisibility,
Yep.
right? So even if you had see invisibility, it's more of like the light itself that you're changing around.
Well, I was more thinking about for whoever has the ring of invisibility.
Yeah,
Which
is
I
also
do.
there.
That would be a powerful combo.
Yeah, I have the ring and the amulet, so I can't be seen by see invisibility spell. That's pretty good.
Now he's gonna start sneaking up on Thanos.
Yeah.
Then Thanos turns into a bat and bites him on the nose. It's fine.
I'm invisible. Where am I at? You see me
I have
immediately.
blind sense as a bat. Echolocation, baby.
Damn.
And then as you come
awesome.
towards me, Misty step away.
Are there supposed to be any effects on that armor?
Yeah, I'm editing your armor right now.
Oh, cool.
It's
So what's
pretty,
your
that's the
what's
effect.
your AC now?
I'm not sure.
You got to give me a chance here.
Yep.
Sorry.
Because you can have a variety of this, so I have to edit each item as we go here.
Yeah, well, your crafting system means that you just kind of have to create all these things on the fly, right?
In this particular item, I have to create it on the fly because you can have X number, like you could have a studded leather like this, you could have a leather armor like this, you could have hide armor like this. So like,
Yeah.
instead of making all armors with this effect, I'd rather just make it on the fly.
Fair.
That was pretty awesome, man. And
What a good session.
And then we also have 16,000 gold in the treasure.
And well, now when Tegan introduces us all like Knight's Tale style, he can add Dragon Slayer to it.
The heir to House Willow and Slayer of Dragon.
Slayer of Dragon.
God, I think this is enough to complete my quest. I think it's time for me to go home.
It's time to go home.
Good. Get rid of you when you're late. Thank you.
But what you don't know is you're gonna run into my brother, and then I'm gonna play him.
You sure doesn't Twilight Sanctuary add a dim glow too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Wait.
I'm pretty sure Zeph casts more light spells than I do.
No, just the one.
Well,
Well,
maybe
and
instead-
Aura
That's how you
Vitality.
spell.
And
right?
Moonbeam and
Our Vitality is not doesn't cast light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me
By the
double
way,
check.
I thought it was hilarious in that practice combat how the moonbeam killed him.
Oh
Yeah,
He doesn't just
He's
He's
like-
like,
freakishly
goddamn.
backstep.
but yeah. It's Aura Vitality is a 30-foot radius like Sanctuary, but it doesn't cast any light. It just takes the same amount of space.
Yeah,
Thanos
I
wanted to
own.
be away from the light so bad that he killed himself.
It's
I
trying
like the
to.
I
darkness.
only ever cast light one time, and it's when I can't see anything.
Okay, so I think I have it. I'm trying to get the cold resistance effect on, but I think for now I'm just going to delete that effect and just put it onto your sheet because it's a lot easier to do that. The actual AC should change. This is +1 bonus to AC, and I put it to a 19 instead of an 18, just base. And then for the advantage against frightful presence, breath weapons are the breath weapons of all dragons, and all frightful presence of all dragons. And then you have resistance to cold damage. As well as if you need to detect a dragon within 30 miles of you, a white dragon, you can. It's a special, and then you get that back upon the... you get that back upon the next dawn. So it's kind of a special thing you can do, channeling in to just locate a white dragon in a 30-mile radius. So you have cold,
that's
you
cool.
have cold resistance
I get-
damage, +1 to the AC, courtesy of the thing. As far as the description of this item is concerned, obviously we can make it any which way you would like, but technically this is a plate armor reinforced with white dragon scale. spikes upon the pauldrons and bracers are made from talon and teeth. There's also a white dragon scale kind of fit over the collar, right, and then fit into the breast and certain layers of it, right? So it's kind of interlayered with that, and as well as covering it in plate. So in addition to this, you should also have your helms in there, so you should be able to see that's there. And I would hopefully that's the one that has the change to it. That's just advantage saving throw against Dragon's Frightful Presence, and then the +1 to the armor class.
So the idea of the helm for me, can it be like part of my hood? Kind of like become part of my hood?
Yeah, it's more like a cowl for you, right? That you're.
Yeah, that's cool. I have these nice clothes, and then attached to the hood is just a bunch of dragon scales and hide. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Now we've got something that identifies us. You see the
Yeah.
dragon scale helms, you know it's the ill-fated.
Every one of us has one.
All right. So as you all bed down, get your rest, right? Because you don't get these items. It's going to be through the night, and then maybe in the morning of the next day that these are going to be ready. Begin to rest yourselves. I'm just going to advance the clock to the next day, setting that in the early hours of the morning is when Lucille is going to finish this. The actual shouting and things eventually subside as the tension in this space begins to slightly end here, and you kind of cease that noise. You're really left with a slight howl in the overcast, some crashing of trees and the burning of things, the smoke, but it's subsided through the night at some point. Through your rest here, and so it's kind of ending in that way, and you're kind of relaxed. Lucille has the items setting down into the ground before you, and allows you to pick them up, allows you to put them on, then kind of takes the hammers, regrowing them, putting them together, forming that large kind of maul-like thing, that great hammer, if you will, and then stands upright. I will say, Brendan, your microphone has a lot of feedback stuff coming through.
I'm sorry.
It's
What's
like
going on there?
yeah, it's like roboting my voice like through your microphone. It was strange.
Yeah, it is weird.
It's gonna stand up there and then look towards you all and just kind of do a small bend of the head, lowering down. Is the magic itself still present, the glowing eyes and veins, and then pulls the great axe that is now cooled, puts it back to the forge, and just continues their work endless. They didn't rest, they didn't tire, they didn't sleep. Thanos, you've picked up taking this apprenticeship even of a day of work. You're able to learn skills that are valuable towards smithing, and you also gain from this apprenticeship through the night and training this, you gain proficiency in smith's tools.
Sweet.
You can add that to your character.
I wish he had some shields.
Smiths.
Oh. Always request shields. No?
Hmm?
Oh, you can always request a shield if you want a shield and stay there a little longer. Up
Yeah,
to
I
you.
kind of lost mine.
Just have to ask.
Ask for Dave away freely.
Ask him, Dan. If you want a
Depends on what
shield,
you wanna
ask
do.
for a shield.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in a rush.
I mean, I'll definitely ask if the party's not doing anything at the moment.
Makes you a shield. Gives it to you. It's in your
I just saw
inventory.
the little bearded wizard pop up behind Varys.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, what?
In your
Oh,
camp.
that, yeah.
Yeah, the filter
that's-
it popped in. That's funny.
Yeah,
So
That's,
if we're hanging out, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's for Christmas. We can't put it in the attic because it gets too hot, so it just sits in my room.
That's great.
Yeah.
If we are hanging around while he's making the shield, I would see if he had plate or the ability to make just basic plate to upgrade my chainmail.
Okay. It's gonna make you plate.
That's Magello just peeking over your shoulder.
He's like, hurry up and kill the dragons.
Plate armor is in your inventory.
Thank you.
Oh man. Tegan, I will say the way you role played that the giving up the egg, that was really well done. Very enjoyable to be a part of.
I appreciate it. Just he resonated with it. You know, it's
No, yeah, it definitely makes sense.
the world's cruel, and he understood what he had to do, but he didn't want to.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Life's a bitch and then you die.
Unless you're a
Pretty
frost
much.
giant that's
Oh,
one of
yeah.
the killing dragons.
Before we had went to sleep that night, I would have asked Zeph if he would cast sending to my mother, back at home, and ask her if my brother had returned home. Say that you're traveling with me.
Do you have like a picture or a very detailed description?
Yeah, I will give you the very detailed description of my mother.
Could you draw her maybe? That might help.
I'll try to draw her.
Everything helps when I'm trying to contact people I've never met.
Yeah, I'll give a very detailed description, tell you her name, and then kind of draw what she looks like. You know, what she normally wears and stuff.
She smells of lilac and gooseberries.
And she's got
What's
a
her name?
rack.
What's her name? Amelia. Amelia Willow.
What are you trying to send to them?
Well,
I just wanted you to say I'm doing well on my journey, and ask if brother has returned home.
all right. So I'll try and contact her, saying, "Hello, Miss Willow. Contacting you on behalf of Varys, letting you know he's doing well on his journey and wants to inquire about his brother." Trying to keep it under 25
Oh,
words
my
there.
sweet little V. Ooh. Pinch their cheeks for me. Dearly beloved son and brother has not returned yet.
Yeah, that's yeah. I just wanted to know because I heard his voice. So.
All right. Well, she did send a reply. I immediately pinch his cheeks.
Oh God, what did she say to you?
That and your brother has not returned.
Yeah, I was always a mama's boy, so makes
Those
sense.
voices were clearly witchcraft.
Oh, so we go ahead and conclude the session, round it out that we're spending the night here at the forge, getting things made, shields, plate armor, things like that.
Is it?
You're able to get those
Is it too
items.
much to Is it too much to ask for half plate too?
You're asking for half plate as well.
If he's willing, I really don't want to put him out though.
It's
So
a
that-
coin toss at this point. If
Breastplate.
you're trying Colteal's patience or Michael's.
Wait, which one am I thinking of?
You're
Man,
putting-
do
so
I wish I could
half
wear
plate.
armor.
Half plate is medium, so I don't. You wear
Yeah.
light right now.
I'm wearing light now, but I can wear medium.
Yeah, are you putting on medium instead of your studded leather because you have a high dex?
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out which one. I was just looking it up.
So
There's one
medium only allows you 2 dex bonus, so it depends on how good your dex
Yeah,
is.
you'd only go to
Yeah, no,
seven.
that's
You'd only go to
there's
17
one.
with
Yeah,
AC.
there's one I was trying to.
So it's the same. Well, 17 to
Dude.
19, 20. So it's actually it's plus 1 AC.
Not
half plate.
not half play because that gives disadvantage. There was one I was trying to think of.
Breastplate doesn't give disadvantage on stealth. That's the only thing.
But you'll be at the same armor class. There's no point in switching.
No, there's
The
a
only
different
armor class
one.
you can upgrade to at this stage would be half plate and take the disadvantage of stealth. There's
Yeah.
no other armor that you could wear that would be giving
I
you
feel
a
like we
higher
don't
AC.
stealth,
Mm.
but maybe it'll be eventually that'll be useful.
Questions for perhaps next week.
Mm.
So maybe think about that one and come to it. But I think you're pretty good with the armor you have on. If you
I
want
do
to
find
maintain
it crazy
stealth.
that I would have to jump all the way to half plate just to get another bump in AC.
That's dex, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we had 4,600 experience each. That should put you at 19,033 experience total. That was for the last session as well as this session. And combined experience for slaying Ithrin and all other enemies, as well as roleplay. I hope it was enjoyable. Hope you had fun. And we will be back watching the stream next month. We'll be back next week. So,
To slay.
Thanks, everybody.
bye.
That was fun.